until in the first steps of winter, only 12 remained. It is here that the legends fade and the prophecies begin. For it is said of the clan to be chosen, if good fortune doth befriend thee, and ill fate doth not befall, thou wilt find a prize awaits thee, one ring to rule them all.
The Crazies are already assembling in Oakland for the later game. AFC West champion Raiders hosting the wild-card New York Football Jets. The first order of business, the wild-card Tampa Bay Buccaneers led by Warren Sapp and the Gulf Coast Warrior defense. On the fake flubber at the back in Philly against Donovan McNabb and the NFC East champion Philadelphia Eagles. And welcome to the New York Stock Exchange pregame report, everybody. We are in New York and ready for action. Hi once again, everybody. I'm Chris Berman. So glad to be with you here as the playoffs kick it off. Wild Card Saturday. Can the teams playing this weekend win 3 postseason games and make it to the Super Bowl? Most or all their games on the road. Last year, the Ravens did it, won the Super Bowl. The year before that, Tennessee got to the Super Bowl. In '97, Denver, a wild card team, they won the Super Bowl. So it can be done, at least in the AFC. Joining me again here at ABC for the 3rd year. He's with me every Sunday at ESPN, the champion quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers, Steve Young. And you love the part wild about this.
Especially today. Of the 4 teams that you talk about that are playing today, wild card Sunday, Saturday wild card games, they've been wildly fluctuating and inconsistent in their play. All 4 teams are trying to find themselves. You take a snapshot of any of these guys that played during the season, any particular Sunday, you would see some of the best football in the league, and you'd see some of the worst football in the league. Unfortunately for the Raiders, Boom, they're the ones that are fluctuating down right now.
You know, and you talk about how about the Bucs? Last time we saw them on the road at Chicago, awful. Yet a month before that on the road, maybe the game of the year when they won at the Rams. Not only is this wild card Saturday, Steve, it's replay Saturday. You never see this in football, but both games rematches from last Sunday. Jets at Oakland to get into the playoffs. Great hold from Tom Tupa. 53-yard field goal. John Hall, good. Jets win 24-22. Both teams finish 10-6. In Tampa at the new Sombrero, nothing at stake. 3rd-string Eagles quarterback A.J. Feely, a couple of late touchdown passes. Philly beat Tampa Bay 17-13. Eagles finish 11-5, and the Bucs finish 9-7. All right, so we look at that game. Is there anything that these teams can take out of last Sunday's kind of exhibition? It's got to be
unnerving for Andy Reid and for Tony Dungy to have this film that's sitting on their desk all week long. It seems so germane. It's only 7 days ago, but it's so worthless because no one that's playing this weekend played. The schemes are different, the blitzes and everything else. Ironically, Boomer, the game that really means something was played 12 months ago, the playoff game.
Right, 21-3, won in this round last year with Philadelphia at home against Tampa Bay. Mike Patrick, Joe Theismann, Paul McGuire. They called the game last week. They're calling it today. Guys?
All right, thank you, Chris. It's the Bucs and the Eagles. Deja vu all over again. One of the interesting things about this job is to watch teams evolve. When the Eagles came into the playoffs last year, they seemed happy just to be here. Paul, this year I think they have a different agenda.
Yeah, there's a quiet confidence about this Philadelphia Eagles team, and it stems from their defense. They feel they could shut down the running game, which puts the onus on the passing game. And talking to Troy Vincent the other day, the all-pro corner, he just said, hey, our defensive secondary can handle Keyshawn Johnson and company.
Well, they better, because Tampa Bay coming into this football game is in a whole lot different mental state than they were a year ago. They didn't expect to be here. They thought they'd beat the Green Bay Packers in Green Bay, wind up with the bye, have the first game at home down in Tampa, have all those good things happening. It didn't work out that way. They've been mentally ready for this one. This will be no surprise. The Bucs are coming in ready to play.
All right, thanks, Joe. The 4th member of our team, Susie Colbert, she's down on the sidelines and has an update on the Tony Dungy situation.
Mike, it's no secret that the Bucs are playing for their coach's job tonight. And what was rumor intensified into cold, hard headlines in yesterday's St. Pete Times. Rick Stroud reports that there is a tentative agreement in place between Bucs ownership and Bill Parcells. When we asked Tony Dungy about the situation, he said, this team has been through so much, something like this just brings them closer together. As for the players, they say no team meeting is necessary. Their love and respect for their coach is clear. A few moments ago, I spoke to Malcolm Glazer and his brothers. Right now, they prefer owner, no comment. They say they're here to simply enjoy the game. But as for the players, they believe that that silence is an insult to both them and their coach. Mike?
All right, thank you, Susie. Chris, we think we're going to see something very special at the Vet today.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Mike, and we'll have more on the impending clouds surrounding Tony Dungy in a moment. Let's get to the game, Steve. Donovan McNabb, is he the wild card player in this thing?
Yeah, he's the guy that's a lightning rod for the whole Eagle team. You think about it, he's in a conundrum. Do I be the wild playmaker, or do I become the orchestrator and sit in the pocket? I think for the Philadelphia Eagles to go anywhere in this playoffs, he needs to be in the pocket with piercing throws to tight ends and wide receivers, not backs.
And get Chad Lewis, his tight end, out of the witness protection program, which they got him out of 2 weeks ago against the Giants. More on this game later, and the Jets-Raiders will get you set in a moment.
Maruk. Anouk.
Howdy, Quattro.
There's a light in your soul. It says you're one of a kind. Don't never let it go. Be original, an individual, like Dr. Pepper. Be you, do what you do. Dr. Pepper. Be you, do what you do. There's nothing better. Be you, do what you do.
This is the New York Stock Exchange pregame report, brought to you by the New York Stock Exchange. The world puts its stock in us.
Welcome back to what we call Times Square Stadium. I'll look around, capacity 63,000, something like that. New York was hopping last postseason because of the Giants. This winter, it's the Jets' turn after their heart-thumping last-second win at Oakland last Sunday. Close game for the Jets. I mean, what else could there be? The Jets played 4 one-pointers, tying an NFL record. They won 3 of them. The Oakland win was one of 2 two-point games they had, so 6 games decided by 2 points or less, the proverbial ice water in their veins. Now, Steve, not only have they won some close games, they've won big close game late. So does this mean the Jets are on their way a little?
Well, a little bit. I think when you win the close games, you're saying a lot. But I think the reason why they're so close all the time is their inconsistent offense. You think about it, you look at the numbers, lower in the league in first downs, lower in the league in third down conversion, lower in the league in red zone, and other than the Ravens, they score the fewest points of any team in the playoffs. You look back, there's a new offense at the beginning of the year. It's taken time. The offense really is about, timing and so forth, choreography, and so it's taken time to get that going. I think they're getting it more towards the end of the year, which is what they wanted, but it's still not clicking.
Well, first-year coach Herm Edwards, it takes some time, but he's the only of the 6 first-year coaches that got his team in the playoffs. Now, this franchise, remember, hadn't won in Oakland since 1962 when they were the New York Titans. Today they try to do it twice in 7 days. So don't tell the Jets impossible. After all, it's a fairy tale season. Here's Melissa Stark.
Despite being a big, green, smelly ogre, Shrek became a hero. Being green, getting no respect, and getting it done anyway are qualities the New York Jets can relate to. It all began when they got crushed in their own swamp.
You got to understand, we just played the Indianapolis Colts. We just got blown out. And we weren't going anywhere. We were left for dead.
Usually you're putting stuff up in the locker room that the other team says about you. We're putting stuff in our locker room that our own media is saying about us.
Can you look back and say that there was a turning point this season, like where this team was transformed?
The weekend of the attacks, and we had a team meeting, and to a man, everybody in the locker room said we weren't, regardless of the decision of the league and the commissioner, this team wasn't going to play in that weekend. To me, that said a lot about the players on this team, that we were going to stand together regardless of what the consequences was. And although that was off the field, I think it had a big impact on things that happened on the field.
With their game against the Oakland Raiders postponed, the Jets' next meeting was at New England, where they were expected to earn their second loss. Gang Green beat the Patriots by a touchdown, and so the fairy tale began. The media dubbed it winning ugly. 5 of their 10 victories were the result of fourth-quarter comebacks, including last week's miraculous 53-yard field goal with 59 seconds on the clock. And so the Jets squeaked their way into the playoffs, and they're wondering what's so ugly about that.
There's a lot of teams that's sitting home right now that wish they could win ugly.
The W is a W. There's no such thing as an ugly W.
What does Shrek represent to you?
Hey, the big, green, ugly, nobody likes him thing, and he just wins. And that's us. That's what we've done this year.
We're green just like Shrek. But hey, I mean, we get the job done. You know, we've been able to win, and it's not all been pretty, and who cares?
We know Shrek's fairy tale ending. Describe what the fairy tale ending for the Jets would be.
Winning 3 straight, whether it be ugly or not, and then end up in New Orleans. That would be the fairy tale ending.
All right, Melissa, thank you. See you on the sidelines for that game. Look, Steve, the Jets 7-1 on the road, plus 18 turnovers, best in the league. So, I mean, it's more than just a fairy tale.
Well, no, well, it is one of the feel-good stories of the year. But if you think about how they're getting that plus 18, it's defense and special teams. The intangibles that you don't see. Offense is struggling. Defense, they kind of smother teams, make them be patient. 13, 14-play drives, and in that 13, 14-play drive, some big mistake. 18-plus for the whole year is phenomenal. That's why they're winning on the road, and that's why they have a chance to go all the way.
Back with a look at the Raiders side of that story. And, of course, our first game, Tampa Bay at Philadelphia. All that coming up.
Coming up on the New York Stock Exchange pregame report. Monday night's Al Michaels and Dan Fouts have a report on the second game of our wild card doubleheader. Plus, is Tony Dungy's future as the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in doubt?
This is my killer DVD system.
This is my killer DVD rental section.
You have the hardware, Blockbuster has the software. This week at Blockbuster, you'll find all the hottest new movies, and they're guaranteed to be there, even on DVD. Choose from great titles like The Fast and the Furious, Pearl Harbor, and Rush Hour 2. All the biggest movies, and you can find them at Blockbuster, guaranteed. Blockbuster, bringing entertainment home.
Let's pound it out for your Pittsburgh Steelers!
I don't care what stadium you work for, all right? If you want to write a check for who let the dogs out, I'm still going to need to see some ID.
Next time, use the Visa check card instead of cash or checks. It'll get you in, out, and on with life.
Here we go. You gotta love Johnny Cash. The man in black's the kind of guy who doesn't need sparkly outfits, synchronized dance moves. Johnny just bleeds every note till he brings the house down. I'm just saying, don't send a boy band to do a man's job. Ford F-Series Super Duty. Built to toe the line. Built Ford tough.
That's the way to get it done.
Playoffs are all about emotion.
I can't even explain it. There'll be a lot of wide eyes out there. I'll be one of those guys.
I can't describe it. You're gonna have to see it and feel it yourself to believe it.
You know, you can't relax. I'm anxious. I can't sit still. Just got all these things running through your head.
I just try to soak everything in.
Might have some butterflies, goosebumps everywhere.
That's a good feeling. That's something to build on. It's playoff time. Battle looms on the edge of the western horizon. The green and the white, the silver and the black. The right to continue the quest. While in the east, eagles' wings and skull and bones prepare for a trial of their own. The vanquished will fall on the field. The victors will continue onward, ever onward, toward the ring.
Welcome back to our New York Stock Exchange pregame report. Chris Berman and Steve Young in the frozen tundra of Times Square Stadium. Had to do it. Like the stock market, a year of up and down for the Oakland Raiders. They've won back-to-back AFC West crowns for the first time since 75-76, but they entered the playoffs with a 3-game losing streak. Not usually the stuff championships are built on. What happened down the stretch? Calling the late game, Al Michaels. Al?
In the East Bay, the parking lot will begin to fill up very shortly in anticipation of today's AFC wild card matchup coming up at 5 o'clock Pacific time, 8 o'clock Eastern time as the New York Jets take on the Oakland Raiders for the second week in a row. Joined as always by Dan Fouts. And Dan, after 13 games, the Raiders had secured a playoff spot but blew an opportunity for a bye week by losing to the Jets last week. Limp home with 3 straight losses. What went wrong for the Raiders at the end of the year?
When they were 10-3, Al, they were winning a lot of close games. What happened the last 3 games is they forgot how to close out their opponent. It started 3 weeks ago against the Titans when Sebastian Janikowski missed 3 field goals, including this one with 11 seconds left in regulation that would have sent the game into OT. Then next week against Denver, trailing 23-17 with 7 seconds remaining, Gannon has the Raiders going in for the win, then throws this interception at the 2-yard line. And then last week against the Jets, with a little over 2 minutes remaining and leading the Jets 22-21, Gannon missed a wide-open Roland Williams on a 3rd down play that would have effectively sealed the win. Jets get the ball back, and Hall kicks a winning 53-yard field goal. 3 tough losses in a row for the Raiders there, Al. They say their confidence is not down. They've got veteran leadership in Tim Brown, Jerry Rice, Eric Allen, and Steve Wisniewski. But those 4 guys, they may have a different situation here. This may be their best shot and last shot at going all the way.
And they certainly hope it's not their last game. If they win today, they meet New England next week in Foxborough. If the Jets win today, it's on to Pittsburgh next week. And right now, it's back to the studio and Chris Berman.
All right, Al, Dan, thank you. We certainly look forward to your call as always. Look, Oakland, Steve, is the only AFC playoff team with a passing attack ranked even in the top half of football. I mean, Rich Gannon, Jerry Rice, Tim Brown, how did they get this going again?
Well, all those yards were our first 11, 12 games of the season. Now, all of a sudden, they were seeing man-to-man, a lot of big plays. Now it's just zone. And that zone has slowed that whole offense down. They've lost their big plays, their big runs, not one run over 30 yards the whole year. They've lost the big plays outside, and now they're relegated to essentially 12, 13, 14 play drives, and uncharacteristically, Rich Gannon is turning the ball over. And that has relegated Rich Gannon to being a dink, dink, dink passer. Everything's short, and the air has slowly been taken out of the Raiders' offense, and over time, they've just been compressed down, and now they're not being able to make the easy first downs or the big touchdown plays, and you can just see it. It's as if the air has literally been taken out of the balloon of the Raiders.
Look, Jerry Rice, 23 playoff games as a Niner. Now the Niners and Rice are in the playoffs, but separate stories. Does he come up big? Can he still have one of those games? You know better than all of us.
Well, one of the coaches told me Jerry Rice, the most productive player for the Raiders this whole season. He has not missed one snap of practice or play throughout the whole season. It's phenomenal for a 39-year-old guy.
All right, that's our late game today. A huge game for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on many counts. That story. We head back to Philadelphia in a moment.
Coming up on the New York Stock Exchange pregame report, we'll talk to Bucs players about the hot topic in Tampa. Is this Tony Dungy's last game as their head coach?
This is my killer DVD system.
This is my killer DVD rental section.
You have the hardware? Blockbuster has the software. This week at Blockbuster, you'll find all the hottest new movies, and they're guaranteed to be there, even on DVD. Choose from great titles like The Fast and the Furious, Pearl Harbor, and Rush Hour 2. All the biggest movies, and you can find them at Blockbuster, guaranteed. Blockbuster, bringing entertainment home.
Red Bull. It gives you wings.
Need a lift?
Ford Thunderbird. Let the stories begin.
Surprisingly, your finer hotels don't offer hourly rates. Not to worry. With a bit of bravado and a keen sense of timing, can I get some more chocolates? You too can enjoy life's little luxuries.
Like the superb taste of Taco Bell. Great tasting, high quality food even the common man can appreciate.
No, please open the door.
I'm not decent.
Open the store.
You know I'm keeping the robe.
Score a crunchy taco and bean burrito together, just 98 cents. Better beef, beans, and tortillas. For a tasty deal, think outside the bun.
And now, the ABC refresher course, Learning on the Job.
So, you think it's right shooting unarmed people?
Well, I don't know if it's right, but it makes a lot more sense than shooting the armed ones. Those guys are dangerous.
Hey, kids, you guessed it. The Job is coming back to ABC.
You want to smoke?
And viewer discretion is advised. The Job, Wednesday, 9:30, 8:30 Central on ABC.
Tony Dungy, one of football's most successful coaches, one of the world's best human beings, has heard reports of imminent firing ever since last year's Super Bowl played in Tampa. It's hard to imagine him on this list, but then again, off last season, you wouldn't have imagined Dennis Green being gone either. Green replaced by Mike Miami Tice in Minnesota, Jim Mora, Mike Riley, George Seifert, all out as well, and reports Marty Schottenheimer could be on this list in the next couple of days. Now, Tony Dungy has put his Bucs, Steve, in the playoffs the last 3 years, for the last 5 seasons, and yet they might can't. I mean, this is the franchise that invented losing. We all remember how they began. 0 for their first 26, and some of the players they had, I mean, were just off. Wait, that's you.
No man,
that's
however
you.
great, could survive the Bucs before Tony Dungy.
I thought you had those tapes eliminated.
I thought I burned those with Watergate.
18-minute gap in that thing. Yet, here are the reports, and you heard Susie Colbert mention that earlier, Steve. Hot and heavy yesterday that Bill Parcells is signed for the next 5 years in Tampa. Now, Parcells denied that last night on his radio show. Nothing is actually signed, but Leslie Goodell on the Bucs and the perceived impending storm clouds over their coach, despite the rainbow of success since Dungy's arrival.
It was embarrassing to live in Tampa. It really was. And people asked about your leanings towards NFL football teams. You said, "Oh, I'm a Bucs fan." It was like people would laugh at you. They'd literally laugh at you.
It wasn't funny to management. And so in 1996, after suffering through 17 losing seasons in 20 years, the franchise named Vikings defensive coordinator Tony Dungy as the Buccaneers' 6th head coach.
I think the thing we really looked at was changing the attitude to get to the point where we're a competitive team. We felt like we were going to win, where everybody was excited about the team. And to a great extent, that's happened.
He brought a consistency, a belief system, a conviction in what we're all about. He gave us an identity.
Along with the new identity came 4 trips to the playoffs over 6 seasons. The problem is Dungy has won only 2 of those games. And after last season's first-round loss to the Eagles, the rumors began.
It actually started last year at the Super Bowl. There was a report that came out of New York that Bill Parcells was going to come back to the NFL and that he was in line to take over the Bucs job.
According to Dungy's agent, team management rebuffed attempts to negotiate a contract extension for Dungy at the beginning of the season, claiming they wanted to see how the team performed. In addition, Bucs management has refused comment to ABC on Dungy's future.
The silence, kind of made us all feel a little bit like, wait a minute, if we got to play for our coach's job, then that ain't bad, because we got a damn good team.
You almost got to give the owners credit on this because they've not talked to anybody. It's not like that guy from Minnesota says, "Oh, Dennis Green's job is safe," and 2 weeks later, he's gone.
And with big names like Parcells and Spurrier floating around, Bucs fans may be in favor of a new regime.
I think the public sentiment is that they want to change. They're tired of what this offense looks like. It's not a fun offense to watch.
Get Billick last year, he came, out of nowhere and wins the Super Bowl. And guys started equating, that early success. You got the components, why aren't you winning the Super Bowl? And all of a sudden you're not a good coach because you're not winning the Super Bowl.
It's the business of football, but one thing we got to think about is winning football games.
It seems Dungy's fate rests on the shoulders of his players, and he must prepare them for the playoffs in the whirlwind of rumors and speculation of his demise.
It's kind of a soap opera and probably entertaining to some people, but we've been focused on the Eagles, and our deal is to get in the playoffs and win and see if we can win a Super Bowl.
We're not going to know anything new until either he wins the Super Bowl or loses a game in the playoffs, I guess. That's when we'll find out if any of this stuff is true.
Well, anybody who's been around Tony Dungy the last couple of weeks will tell you he's appeared to be very unaffected by these rumors. He's maintained a very level temperament, as is his personality, and he just figures whatever is going to happen was meant to happen. Boomer?
Leslie, that certainly sounds like the Tony Dungy we've come to love over the years. What about the Bucs players, the ones you've talked to? How are they taking all this?
The players are very angry. In fact, there was a team meeting last night, and they told the coach they're going to go out and win 4 straight for him. They can't understand why ownership would even consider making a move with everything that Dungy's done for this team. Another interesting note, Malcolm Glazer, the owner, did not accompany the team on the team plane to Philadelphia. He always travels with them. This is the first time he has not traveled with them, but he is here in Philadelphia and is not commenting on the situation.
Thank you, Leslie. Enjoy the game.
Thanks.
Well, here it is, plain and simple. 6 years under Tony Dungy, the Bucs, 4 playoff games, 4 playoff years, 12 over 500. 20 years of Bucs football before Tony, 3 playoff years, 116 under 500, and the ultimate quote from their first head coach, the late John McKay, when asked about the team's execution, he once answered, "I'm in favor of it." Well, that was then certainly. Hey, look, Tony took them to the edge. They almost won a championship game at the Rams 6-5, but at the edge, is that just not good enough? Is that what the
Well, you're seeing the full fruition of free agency. In the end, teams are thrown together every year for a championship run or every couple of years, and the window of opportunity is very short. I think the owner is basically saying, look, I've had a Super Bowl defense for 4 years now, and I still have no Super Bowl to show for it, and that's just the era that we live in today.
Quickly, what's Tampa's game plan? How do they, can they do it with defense in their field position game?
I think it's Mike Allstott. Whenever I see Mike Allstott running, I really think that you're going to see he takes the whole team with him. Just no field goals today. However ugly it takes, score a touchdown, put in the end zone, even Keyshawn catching it over some. Score a touchdown, you have a chance to win, not 12-9 today.
The first break for Tampa Bay is in. The temperature's 45 degrees. That 0 for 20 under 40 degrees is out the window. Game 1 in a moment.
This has been the New York Stock Exchange pregame report, brought to you by the New York Stock Exchange. The world puts its stock in us. We'll be back with the NFC Wildcard Playoff after this from our ABC stations.
Bob Hope Chrysler Classic next Saturday on ABC. New for 2002, 0 to 60 in 5.6. High-performance lateral slashers, twin 20mm assault cannons, and the popular passenger ejection system. All standard equipment on the Bond Picture Show premieres in 2 weeks, 8/7 Central on ABC. Did we mention the supplemental restraint system?
It's the start of another year, and Chevy wants to make it one to remember. That's why we're kicking it into overdrive with $2,002 cash back on every new 2001 and 2002 Chevy car, truck, and SUV. That's $2,002 when you lease or purchase any new Chevrolet. It's a new year, and a new Chevy could make all the difference. So see your local Chevy dealer today.
Verizon is now offering great rates on all direct dial long-distance calls. So you can call Canada for just 7 cents a minute. Call the UK for a mere 9 cents a minute. Go ahead, call Japan for 12 cents a minute. Call all the way to Germany for just 15 cents a minute. But first call 1-888-896-1292 to sign up for the Worldwide Saver Plan and take advantage of these low rates with just a $3 monthly fee. That's 1-888-896-1292. Of course, you'll also enjoy a great 10-cent state-to-state rate right here in the good old US of A. These rates are good 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now that's long distance done right.
Verizon.
Watch Dharma and Greg's right here on WZZM 13.
In the 82nd autumn of the League of Men, the 31 clans began a storied quest. In the east, the men of the Eagle's Lair don their armor as a force from the great southern bay comes up the coast.
The journey, 12 teams, 1 goal, only 1 survives.
Right here, right now, hard no football, baby.
Who's going to play the best football?
3 hours of chasing the quarterback around.
Who's going to make the plays when the game's on the line?
Touchdown!
How could you not love this?
Everyone has fresh in their mind not only a loss.
I still got a whole
lot more ammo.
But an embarrassing loss.
It ain't no tomorrow.
They're going to want to get their revenge, and they're going to come after us.
Let's go beat these suckers up. Let's go. Win on 3. 1, 2, 3, win.
And we're going to be ready to go.
You got an invite to the dance. Once you get there, you either dance all night or you go home. And you got a dancing shoes on.
If you want it.
It's a big game. You gotta knock all balls out. Dude, right now.
Go get it.
We've been waiting a long time for this, and now we're right where we want to be.
Give me a shot at that ring, because that's the only thing that matters.
If good fortune doth befriend thee, and ill fate doth not befall, thou wilt find a prize awaits thee. One ring to rule them all.
All right, get up. Are you ready? Hit it. Come on and hit it. Come on and get ready. Are you ready for some football? A wild card party. Yeah, baby. Now the postseason rumble has officially started. Only one will survive this do-or-die fight. The NFL playoffs coming on. That's right.
From the Vet in Philadelphia, it's NFL Wild Card Saturday with a sellout crowd ready to see the Tampa Bay Buccaneers take on the Philadelphia Eagles. Hello, everybody. I'm Mike Patrick. It's great to have you with us. When these teams played last week, it meant absolutely nothing. Today, it means everything. For the winner, the dream is still alive. For the loser, just a bitter taste and the end of the season. We will see two of the most accomplished quarterbacks in the NFL today, and Joe, they certainly get it done differently.
They really do, Mike. Donovan McNabb is a running quarterback. As a matter of fact, for him to be effective, he's going to have to run early in this football game. It comforts him down a little bit, sets his passing game up. For Brad Johnson, he's going to need Mike Allstott's legs. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers love to run play action. It's the best protection. And Paul, when you got these two defenses, protection is something you need to think about.
Well, this game is all about defense, this game today. And Hugh Douglas, defensive end from Philadelphia, told me, he said, Paul, we're going to hit Brad Johnson right in the mouth. And we're going to be able to, because we got 30 blitzes in for this ball game. On the other hand, for Tampa Bay, Warren Sapp said, it's very simple, boys. He said, the one thing that we have to do is keep Donovan McNabb in the pocket. And the easiest way to do that is to tackle him before he gets out of the pocket.
All right, thanks, Paul. When we come back, Susie Colbert with Bucs head coach Tony Dungy, and what is a critical game for him and his team. Today's air and ground stats are brought to you by FedEx.
Schultz never knew there were tunnels.
He didn't want to know, but you're missing the point of the story. A young entrepreneur engrossed in a Hogan's Heroes marathon neglects to ship an important package.
Did he know about the radio and the coffee pot?
He knew nothing. Now focus. Like a swallow returning to Capistrano, he instinctively heads to FedEx. They give his small business package the big business treatment, and another hobgoblin of success falls victim to FedEx efficiency.
What is a hobgoblin?
A gnome. A mean, angry gnome.
8 men and women are about to make television history. If they can answer 7 simple questions, they could win $250,000. But if they can't control their heart rates, The Chair will beat them.
It is game time.
John McEnroe hosts The Chair. Series premiere Tuesday, 8/7 Central on ABC.
You can tune in, log on, and play now on Enhanced TV at ESPN.com or NFL.com. Welcome back to Philadelphia, the opening game of the NFL playoffs between the Bucs and the Eagles. Susie Colbert will work the sideline for us. Right now, she's with Tony Dungy.
And Mike, teams are accustomed to do or die in the playoffs, but rarely is the coach's job on the line. Your players called this insulting. How has it brought you guys together?
Well, we're really concerned about one thing, and that's beating Philadelphia and moving on in the playoffs, and that's what we're here to do.
The other frustrating question is the weather. It seems like you're in the safety zone, but then you're also 0-5 in playoff games on the road. How do you overcome those mental hurdles?
Well, the big thing is playing on the road. You can hear the noise. They got a great atmosphere here. We got to come out early and see if we can take this crowd out of the game.
And now for a little fun. Two great defenses. You're a defensive guy. How much fun scheming yours, breaking down theirs?
Oh, I think it's a lot of fun. They've got a tremendous defense. They keep people out of the end zone, and our challenge is going to be to match that today.
Best of luck.
Thanks, Susie.
Mike.
All right, Susie, both teams believe in themselves and their chances. We'll find out which one is right after this.
Troy, I know you got out for a reason. You're worried about getting hurt. But it's a year later. I really think it's time. If you don't get back in, you're going to regret it. Remember what I told you. Think mutual funds. Stay diversified.
Any tax implications?
Wouldn't it be great if the person you trust most was your broker?
Is there a healthcare fund that looks attractive?
At Schwab, our mutual fund advice is always objective, uncomplicated, and not driven by commission. Call 1-800-4-NO-LOAD to find out which fund is right for you.
ABC Sports welcomes you to the following presentation of the National Football League.
We're at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia. First game of the playoffs. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, Philadelphia Eagles. The Bucs are 0-20 when the temperature is 40 degrees or colder at game time. Good news for Tampa Bay. It is a balmy 46 in Philadelphia. Just moments ago, Warren Sapp having a little fun with the Eagles fans. Take a look at this.
You notice he's not getting real close, don't you?
He's a gunfighter. He's just looking at sundown.
Nobody else like him.
Well, I tell you, I love the guy. You know, he's just nice to be around.
You know what? He's so great for the game. He loves the game. He has a purpose in it. He has a singular purpose to be the best that he can be, and he's not afraid to speak his mind.
Andy Reid, who has his team ahead of schedule. Hugh Douglas waiting for an opportunity. The Eagles will get the football. Keyshawn Johnson after that great regular season. All-Pro John Lynch. The Bucs are loaded with him. Brian Mitchell deep with Damian Douglas as the Eagles will get the ball. Mitchell with 12 kick returns in his career for touchdowns, 4th in the league this year in kickoff returns. Gramatica to kick. We are underway in Philadelphia. Mitchell from the 8 to the 36. Let's take a look at the Eagles' offensive lineup.
Donovan McNabb, Syracuse University.
Deuce Staley, University of South Carolina.
Cecil Martin, University of Wisconsin.
James Thrash, Missouri Southern. Todd Pinkston, University of Southern Mississippi.
Chad Lewis, BYU. Trey Thomas, Florida State.
John Wellborn, Cal.
Hank Fraley, Robert Morris College. Jermaine Mayberry, Texas A&M Kingsville. John Runyon, University of Michigan.
The Eagles will open with 3 wide receivers, and Deuce Staley is the setback. McNabb under pressure. Got away. And throws on the run, incomplete. They nearly had the sack of McNabb. Anthony McFarland holding on for dear life, but he couldn't hold him.
You know, we talked about this defensive line coming after him and how to get McNabb is tackle him in the backfield. That's Anthony McFarland on the ground. He had to let go. And it just shows you the strength of Donovan McNabb.
But watch his eyes. Look at Donovan McNabb. He never takes his eyes off downfield. He's continuing to look for a receiver.
2nd and 10 from the Eagles from their own 35. Deuce Staley to the 37. Here are the Buccaneers defensive starters.
Steve White, University of Tennessee. Anthony McFarland, LSU.
Warren Sapp, University of Miami Hurricanes.
Simeon Rice,
University of Illinois.
Sheldon Quarles, Vanderbilt University.
Jamie Duncan, Vanderbilt University.
Derek Brooks, Florida State University.
Brian Kelly, University of Southern California.
Rondé Barber, University of Virginia.
John Lynch, Stanford University.
Dexter Jackson, Florida State University.
The Eagles with a 3rd and 9, and Donovan McNabb has to use a timeout. We're just underway at the Vet in Philadelphia. No score, the Bucs and the Eagles.
It used to be business was conducted face-to-face, and people were helpful. It was known as common courtesy. At Siebel, we make application software that lets you once again give your customers personalized service. It's made a real difference in a lot of successful companies. It could make one in yours. Siebel, good service is good business.
Bold, powerful, and a great way to get to work. Dodge. Grab Dodge's 7/100 powertrain pledge. Ford, GM, and Toyota don't have it.
ABC's Wild Card Saturday is brought to you by Beechwood Aged Budweiser, with a crisp, clean, and refreshing taste known only to the king of beers. H&R Block, just plain smart. Siebel, good service is good business. And Dodge, you can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. Dodge. Beautiful city of Philadelphia. And the Eagles with a 3rd and 9 on their opening possession. McNabb throws, and it's picked off by Dexter Jackson. Dexter Jackson on the misfire from McNabb.
Now there's a case where Donovan McNabb just sets in the pocket into the zone and just really misfires. Doesn't throw a lot of interceptions. He sets up fine. Protection is good. Little hesitation. Looks like Chad Lewis tries to make the move outside, but he fell down. Last week, 2 weeks ago against the Giants, James Thrash had problems with the footing on this field. It will get icy as the night goes on.
First break of the ball game goes to Tampa Bay. Warrick Dunn lowers his shoulder and picks up a couple. The Bucs have always been great at turning the ball over against the other team. They were 2nd in the league this year in interceptions. They start this game just the same way.
Well, that's what Tony Dungy said to Susie. We got to try to get this crowd out of this game early, and that's the best way you can do it.
Johnson swings it to Dunn. And Warrick Dunn to the 32. Here's the Bucs starting offense.
Brad Johnson, Florida State University.
Warrick Dunn, Florida State.
Mike Allstott, Purdue. Keyshawn Johnson, Real USC.
Jacquez Green, University of Florida.
Dave Moore, University of Pittsburgh.
Kenyatta Walker, University of Florida. Randall McDaniel, Arizona State.
Jeff Christie, Pitt.
Cozy Coleman, University of Tennessee. Jerry Wunsch, University of Wisconsin.
The Bucs facing their first 3rd down of the game in Eagle territory. 4-man rush. Johnson to Dave Moore, the tight end, 1st down, and Moore out of bounds at the 20-yard line.
I tell you what, Keyshawn Johnson draws a crowd. Keyshawn Johnson goes in, does a little hookup, and what that does is it allows the tight end Dave Moore to get to the outside. Look at Keyshawn. Now watch him. He'll come in and he'll sit right there and move the outside. There's 2 guys on him. And when that happens, look at Moore coming out to the outside, the tight end. He's by himself.
They weren't sure Dave Moore would be ready to play. There was a question right up until game time.
Allstott now in the backfield with Jameel Cook as a blocker. the 250-pound fullback. Take a look at the Eagles' defense.
Brandon Whiting, University of California.
Corey Simon, Florida State University.
Paul Grassmanis, University of Notre Dame.
Hugh Douglas, Central State University.
Mike Caldwell, Middle Tennessee State University. Jeremiah Trotter, Stephen F. Austin State University.
Carlos Emmons, Arkansas State University.
Troy Vincent, University of Wisconsin.
Bobby Taylor, University of Notre Dame. Damon Moore, Ohio State University. Ryan Dawson, Clemson University.
Two tight ends set. Allstott tripped as he got to the line of scrimmage and fell forward. Allstott rushed for 680 yards this year, had his best games down the stretch. And if he's not tripped up at the line of scrimmage, he gets ahead of steam. That's the one thing that secondary does not want to see.
And that's the one thing that the defensive line of the Philadelphia Eagles wants to do. They want to play on the other side of the line of scrimmage. As long as they can get into penetration and force Mike Allstott to change direction, they'll have a chance at being able to contain him.
They're missing one of their best run stoppers. Hollis Thomas injured a couple of weeks ago. Dunn is in on third down. They'll spread the field. And Johnson throws wide of Warrick Dunn. Excellent defense by Jeremiah Trotter, the middle linebacker. He was out on the safety valve.
I'll tell you what happened is the linebackers that were blitzing, these guys had the screen down. They knew the screen was coming, and Brad Johnson didn't have a chance to throw it.
Martin Gramatica, who had missed a couple of games suffering from a hamstring, will come on to try a 36-yard field goal.
Perfect from this distance so far this year, 9 out of 9 during the regular season.
Pro Bowler a season ago. And Gramatica right down the middle. So the Bucks take advantage of the early interception with a 36-yard field goal. They lead it 3-0.
Eyes of a puppy dog, lips made for sin. You're not dreaming, I'm for real. We got a call.
Hello.
Louis?
Yeah?
Louis?
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly Southwest Airlines for just $39 to $99 each way when you purchase by January 28th.
You are now free to move about the country.
Grab Dodge's 7-100 powertrain pledge. Ford, GM, and Toyota don't have it.
Sunday.
If I'm dead, you let someone know what happened. He went to meet with a man who might want to kill him.
It begins with a warning.
I think I should go to the police. Client told you what happened in confidence. It won't matter if he's dead.
It ends with the most shocking 5 minutes you've ever witnessed.
I should have never let him go.
On a new Practice, Sunday after Alias, starting at 9/8 Central on ABC. The fear, the pressure, the chair. This Tuesday, 8 men and women will try to answer 7 simple questions for $250,000. But if they can't control their heart rates, the chair will beat them.
Just answer the question!
John McEnroe hosts The Chair, series premiere Tuesday, 8/7 Central on ABC.
Dexter Jackson, who had 4 interceptions during the regular season, sets up a 21-yard scoring drive, paid off with a Gramatica field goal. 3-0 Buccaneers.
Well, a year ago, the score here was 3-0 Buccaneers, and they lost 21-3.
Ooh, here you go with that omen stuff.
A lot of stuff repeats in this series, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Mitchell and Douglas again deep. Short kickoff. Douglas on the run to the 35.
There's some key matchups in this game you have to keep an eye on. Obviously, Donovan McNabb and Warren Sapp. It's his job, Sapp's, to keep him in the pocket. He can hurt you outside. Trey Thomas and Simeon Rice. Simeon Rice has played against him a lot. He was in Arizona. They're not unfamiliar with one another. He's got to bring pressure inside on Brad Johnson and Chad Lewis and John Lynch. We saw Lewis fall. It's Lynch that he's got to account for in the running game. He is the guy that comes in, and he's their plugger.
There's Lynch, the All-Pro. Terrell Buckhalter and Jamie Reeder in the backfield for the Eagles. And Buckhalter will get his first carry stuffed at the line of scrimmage.
The Eagles really can't afford not to get yards on 1st and 10. We talk about how much the Eagles like to blitz on defense. Tampa Bay will throw all kinds of different looks at you. And as long as they can use up that front four, they can use the pressure of that front four, they don't need to blitz, which makes it very difficult to throw the ball down the field for Andy Reid's offense.
Reid, 3rd season, 2nd playoff. They'll whistle this play dead.
Prior to the snap, false start offense, number 22. 5-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
That's
Deuce Staley, who they put out as a wide receiver.
That's the distinct difference between these two football teams. They're both excellent defensive teams, but on the Tampa Bay side, as Joe said, all they want to do is get it done with the front four. Let these guys do all the work so they never have to blitz, and then linebackers can play in coverage and then to make the tackles. On the other side, the Philadelphia Eagles, as we said before, they put 30 blitzes in for this game.
Buckhalter and Staley again in together. Staley goes out as a wide receiver. Buckhalter will get it on the delay. Terrell Buckhalter to the 39-yard line. Shelton Quarles and Dexter Jackson on the tackle. Buckhalter up Deuce Staley this year.
And the big thing there, Michael, is that you look at the average, 4.5 yards a carry, 586 yards. Deuce Staley still wearing a harness for a shoulder problem that he has. He only gained 604 yards and only averaged 3.6 yards a carry. If they want to use a power back, Buckhalter's the guy in this game.
3rd and 5. McNabb will scramble. This is what they didn't want. Look at the speed. Donovan McNabb and a flag at the end of the play for a late hit.
That'll be 15 more. Boy, I'll tell you what, you know, Ward Sapp said, cannot let this guy out. Now, I'm not talking about going wide out of the pocket. I'm talking about stepping up. And on that time there, Donovan McNabb did not even hesitate, Joseph.
Well, that's the whole thing. He's so much more effective when he makes quick decisions, and we've seen that later in the year. And then when he gets outside running, he's as good as any running back. He's fast, he's powerful. When you have linebackers locked up on backs one-on-one, there's nobody in the area to stop him.
And it looks like the officials are having a discussion about the late hit call.
Personal foul on the defense, number 34, for a late hit of the quarterback out of bounds. Will go half the distance to the goal. 1st down.
Dexter Jackson is trying to pursue Donovan McNabb. There he is now. That's called a late hit.
That's a bad call.
It looks like he's throwing himself on the playing field, and Donovan was angled that way. But
the thing about it is, what's wrong is that Donovan McNabb is a runner, and they know that he can run with the football. And this guy's not even out of bounds yet, and he's being hit. That's a terrible call.
Absolutely, Paul.
39-yard run, the penalty on top of it. 1st down, Eagles. Staley. Fans cheering Deuce, and he barely got back to the line of scrimmage.
They almost missed the exchange here. And the one thing about Deuce Staley as a running back, because of the harness he wears, you can see it hanging down off of his right shoulder a little bit. They almost muffed his hand off. He doesn't really have control. It's bobbled. And now he's got to try and get it to his left arm. That's where he feels most confident.
2nd and 10. Staley on the season, over 600 yards, only 3.6 a carry. And there's movement up front to left tackle Trey Thomas.
Personally, from a quarterback's perspective,
false start offense, number 76, 5-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
When you get a team that has momentum going, I'm not big on calling long counts or hard counts. Keep the momentum going for your offense. Don't get up there and try and get cute. You don't have to audible a lot. You have to look around. Keep the momentum moving for your team.
The thing about it is, if you look at Donovan McNabb right now in the huddle, he's trying to get plays in. He wants them faster. They're not getting them to him fast enough.
McNabb in the red zone this year, 19 touchdown passes, only 2 interceptions. Scrambles again. Great move to get away, and then McNabb forced out of bounds inside the 10.
He's a horse. He is just a big horse. They can't get a hold of him. Jamie Duncan, 240-pound linebacker, gets his hands on him and can't touch him. Donovan McNabb very careful down in the red area, decides he wants to run. Now, there's the move. Whoa. Hello.
I'm sorry, but that is embarrassing.
And Derek Brooks can't bring him down. What a great move. Jamie couldn't keep up with him, and Derek still can't get him on the ground.
That's one of the things you sacrifice, though, Michael. When you start blitzing, you've got some people single covered in the secondary, or he can run.
Leaves a lot of holes. 3rd and 9. McNabb under pressure. Throws. That'll only gain about a yard as they got it to Chad Lewis, but he was losing his footing as he went down, and now the Eagles have to go for the tie instead of the lead.
I believe that Tampa Bay's defense has Donovan McNabb confused to a large degree. The only big play they've managed to get is the run by him. As far as dropping back and throwing the football, Donovan really hasn't found anybody open.
David Akers will try from 26. The Pro Bowl kicker. Just got inside that left upright. First quarter, 3-3 from the vet.
Excuse me, can you take Timmy to tuba practice?
No problem.
Hey, Mr. Battle of Gettysburg?
No problem.
Can you take me to the track, please?
No problem.
Dodge Caravan. It offers an exclusive power rear hatch.
Hey, my pony.
And 972 seating configurations. Grab Dodge's 7100 powertrain pledge. Ford, GM, and Toyota don't have it.
Let me tell you how it will be. There's one for you, 19 for me.
There are 441 tax law changes. One provision could affect how much you pay. Is it on page 17 or page 17,000? No one understands the tax law changes better than H&R Block. If you're not satisfied, you don't pay.
Well, how you doing, Mama? Oh, how you doing?
How you doing? How you doing?
How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Come on. Come on. Let's play.
Coming up next, Wild Card Saturday continues on ABC. Curtis Martin and the Jets go to Oakland for round 2 against the Raiders. Rich Gannon, Jerry Rice and company trying to send Gang Green packing for good. The 2002 NFL Playoffs, Game 2, right here next on ABC.
Gang Green.
Gang Green.
Al, Dan, and Dennis got a good one there.
Aaron Stecker, the deep man for the Buccaneers. From the 3. Tripped up, reaches the 24. Let's go to the sideline, Susie Culver.
Well, Mike, earlier Joe talked about concern about this turf. Well, I talked to Keyshawn Johnson before the game, and he said he rather likes it. He's wearing a cleat with just a little bit extra rubber sole made for wet turf. He said it'll actually make him faster, which is a good thing, because apparently Eagles cornerback Al Harris said he doesn't have anything to worry about because Keyshawn can't run by him. Of course, Keyshawn's reply, what about the 3 Pro Bowls? Clyde Christensen also told me they'll use him more in the slot so they can control the double team. game. Bottom line, other receivers have to step up.
Susie, the first 1,000-yard receivers for the Bucs since Mark Carrier. Dunn out in the flat. Warrick Dunn, who did not play last week, bothered by a turf toe, hurt a lot of the year. He is still a big weapon for this club.
Warrick Dunn, for years, has gotten knocked because of his size, 5'9", 180 pounds. Everybody says, well, you know, he'd be a good third down back. I don't agree with that at all. I think that he's the kind of guy who can touch the ball 20, 25 times a game and be effective for an entire season.
He proved it last year when Mike Allstott was hurt. He's an excellent inside runner in spite of his size. Now Allstott's turn. Across the 30 to the 31. They need to reach the 34.
Well, they knew this was the guy that they had to stop today, Mike Allstott. Mike Allstott always runs with his shoulders square to the line of scrimmage. Even if he's going to make a cut, he makes a cut sideways, and he keeps his shoulders square. Look at Allstott. Look at his eyes. Watch his shoulders. They're always square to the line of scrimmage. Even when he turns into the hole, going from left to right or right to left, they still stay square, and that's what makes him so effective.
Brad Johnson, they've got him inside the 25.
Hugh Douglas.
Douglas, who had 9.5 sacks in the regular season and is on his way to another Pro Bowl, gets the sack.
I said Hugh Douglas will be able to get him and smack him in the mouth because of one thing. They got a blitz coming. He's getting tackled at the line of scrimmage by Kenyatta Walker.
I don't believe that Hugh Douglas is the type of pass rusher you can leave Kenyatta Walker, a rookie, alone on. They're going to have to put Dave Moore, the tight end, next to him to help him out.
Mark Rolls to punt. Beautiful high kick for Mitchell to 31. Brian Mitchell back across the 40. The markers down on the play. A return of 10 after a punt of 45. Let's check the penalty.
Holding on the kicking team during the kick. That penalty will be enforced 10 yards from the end of the kick. First down, Philadelphia.
So the Eagles will have excellent field position. The Eagles defense knows it's up to them today.
Sir, I pulled you over for driving in the carpool lane without a second passenger.
Oh, nice detective work, Sherlock.
What did you say?
What? Nothing.
I'm just gonna let you off with a warning this time.
All right.
I got your warning right here.
Woody! I got your ticket right here.
Dodge Stratus, with available 200 horsepower and race-inspired handling, you'll try anything to keep moving. Grab Dodge's 7/100 powertrain pledge. Ford, GM, and Toyota don't have it.
I am Emmett Smith.
I'm Emmett Smith.
I'm Emmett Smith.
I am Emmett
Smith.
I am Emmett Smith.
No, really, I am.
Worried that the you shopping online really isn't you? That's why Visa's introducing Verified by Visa, a new security service that will help protect Visa cards from unauthorized online use with a personal password. This service is only available on select Visa cards issued by participating banks.
I am Emmett Smith.
Please! To learn more and to check if your card is eligible for this service, go to visa.com/verified.
There are 31 teams in this league, and only 12 get an opportunity to make it to the playoffs. So you special.
.4:14 to go first quarter. Bucs and the Eagles tied at 3. The penalty miscalled by Larry Nemmers. They will mark it off against the Eagles all the way back to the 21. Donovan McNabb's numbers on the year: 25 touchdowns, only 12 picks, and that rating 7th in the National Football League. Staley back in there with Reeder as a blocker in front of him. Play action, blitz coming on McNabb. Tries to get it to Thrash, but he was blanketed by Donnie Abraham.
They got to Donovan in the pocket that time, but they have not been able to contain him running the football. Here he is, Anthony McFarland holding on for dear life. He escapes and gets rid of the ball. Now takes off on this long jaunt that gives the Eagles the opportunity for the field goal once in the red area. Jamie Duncan can't bring him down, and Derek Brooks has to run him out of bounds. It's his legs that'll be a difference in this game for the Eagles. I don't believe the Eagles will run the football effectively with the other backs.
Joe, 1 yard passing, 46 rushing for Donovan McNabb so far. This time he's got his tight end, Chad Lewis. We asked Tony Dungy how he planned to defend a player of McNabb's caliber.
In a lot of situations, he kind of is like Michael Jordan, where he's trying to get everybody involved, but in the critical times, you know, he takes over the game, and that's what we've got to try to eliminate, not let him be the big playmaker on those critical downs.
And he was the playmaker on the last one, hitting Lewis for the first down.
Well, the referee never called first down in Tampa Bay. So wait a minute, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's measure it. Bring the chains out. Let's take a look at this thing.
Donovan says, look, you said it was first down. Just give it to us.
If it's where that marker really is, then it's not a first down because they had to get to the 31-yard line.
All right, Paul, this is your specialty.
Well, you know, my eyes
playoffs, your first.
My eyes aren't as young as they used to be.
This is your.
Come on, baby, be right one time. Be right, Paulie. You're wrong, you dummy.
You're not a dummy. You're entitled to one error through the course of a year. But don't let it happen again.
Well, Sapp's the cause of that. He called for the measurement.
Yeah, but he got the one in August.
That's right. That's true. That's not too far away, is it?
No.
Staley, and he is buried. Simeon Rice, the first guy to wrap him up, and then got a lot of help.
You know, that last play, that was all Warren Sapp. All Warren Sapp. Even though Simeon Rice makes a play, it was all Warren Sapp. Simeon Rice is going to benefit from the penetration of Sapp to make their ball carrier cut back into him. Here comes Sapp. Look at this. He forces him back inside. Number 99 is Sapp. He didn't make the play, but he set it up.
2nd and 11 for the Eagles. Staley on the toss. That's the old student body right toss 3.
The way I think the Eagles will be able to run the football with their backs, if they're able to do it, will probably be with a 2 tight end formation. You want to anchor down both sides, and it neutralizes John Lynch a little bit, so he can't figure out which way you're going to run. He's the guy that's going to come up and force the stopping the runs.
The Eagles face a 3rd and 4 from their own 37. And they'll go with a 4 wide receiver formation. Empty backfield. 4-man rush. Pressure on McNabb and Simeon Rice from behind.
Boy, he just beat Trey Thomas. He beat Trey Thomas. He just ran around him.
Simeon Rice and Donovan McNabb were high school teammates. Now he's got no respect for the kid, the young kid that played quarterback at his high school.
His teammates said that for Simeon Rice, it was a steep learning curve coming into this system, but he got it late in the year, had 11 sacks during the regular season. Carl Williams waits for the punt of Sean Landetto, who's had another brilliant year as the punter. Williams had a seam, got a big block, and got it back to the 35-yard line. 12-yard return, almost a lot more after a punt of 47. We're still tied at 3 from Philly.
It's time for renewed friendships. It's time for fresh resolutions. It's time for friends and family with Verizon Wireless.
Now, for just $35 monthly access, get 3,500 total monthly minutes for life on select digital plans with nationwide long distance included. Then talk all you want with anyone, anywhere in the U.S. And now, for a limited time, get a great Motorola phone for just $19.99.
So you'll have time for all the things that matter most. Verizon Wireless. Join in.
A chance to be on the U.S. Olympic team is on the line. Michelle Kwan, Sarah Hughes, Angela Nikodinov. The State Farm U.S. Figure Skating Championships Ladies Final Sunday on ABC.
Wednesday. Takes a real man to play this woman.
It's like menopause hit her hard and then dragged her for 50 yards.
Richard Chamberlain guest stars on a new Drew Carey. Then it's the season premiere of the show TV Guide calls Laugh Out Loud.
Do you think it's right shooting unarmed people?
Well, I don't know if it's right, but it makes a lot more sense than shooting the armed ones. Those guys are dangerous.
It doesn't have a laugh track and doesn't need one.
You gotta watch this show.
Viewer discretion is advised for the job. After a new Drew Carey, Wednesday, starting at 9/8 Central on ABC.
Next Saturday, ABC's coverage of the 2002 PGA Tour gets underway. Phil Mickelson, Justin Leonard, David Toms, among those competing in the Bob Hope Chrysler Classic. Coverage starts Saturday live at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific on ABC. Bucks take over at their own 35-yard line in a 3-3 ball game. Warwick Dunn dances for a few, then gets to the 40-gang tackle. Let's go to Susie Call.
Mike, you saw that Rice sack in the last series. Well, Simeon admits that this is tough tonight because he looks at McNabb as his little brother. They grew up together in the same town, were 2 years apart in the same high school. He said they never met in a game of this magnitude. 14 months ago, when Rice was still playing for Arizona, he took Donovan down 3 times. Tonight, he promises lots of trash talk. And he said to him last week, Simi said, we're going to kick your butt tonight.
Well, Susie, we've seen brothers do worse to each other. Dunn. About a yard shy of a first down.
And this offense for Tampa Bay has had to go through a transformation. Early in the year, they wanted to feature Warwick Dunn as their running back. Came off at a 1,000-plus yard season last year. First game against Dallas, he hurts his toe on his right foot. So Clyde Christensen had to revamp the offense and focus it more towards Mike Allstott. They went from an outside running team to a more of a power downhill team, and it served them well late in the season.
3rd and a yard. Dunn remains in the ball game, and he'll get the toss. Nowhere to go outside, so they try to cross him up on 3rd and short with the toss, and Troy Vincent up from the corner to make the play, along with Jeremiah Trotter, the middle linebacker.
And Troy Vincent just proves why he's an all-pro corner.
Here in Philadelphia, playoff atmosphere. The Eagles and the Bucks tied at 3 after a quarter.
This is where you lay it all on the line.
NFL Wild Card Saturday continues. The Jets travel to the Black Hole to battle the Raiders. It's do or die in the AFC Wild Card game. Next on ABC.
There is no more next week.
After 75 years as Western Michigan's premier furniture showcase, Irwin's Home Furnishings is going out of business in Muskegon and will liquidate every item of quality home furnishings to the public on a first-come, first-served basis. Everything must go regardless of cost. I said everything must go. Don't miss the total liquidation of Irwin's Home Furnishings at 267 Seminole Road in Muskegon. At liquidation prices, home furnishings are available only to retail customers and not available to competing home furnishings dealers or wholesalers.
There's a house
Rose Red was built by John P. Rimbauer as a wedding present for his wife.
that was born bad.
Rose Red had been under construction for a year, and already there had been 3 deaths.
Some believe it has the power to consume.
That piece of ground seemed to make people mad.
Some believe it breathes.
How many people have actually disappeared there?
5 men and 18 women.
Some don't believe at all.
What have you found?
Soundproof, photographs, audio recordings of clanking chains, telemetry of some sort. What difference would it make? What good would it do if you considered such thoughts?
She believes.
What if you spend 3 days in Rose Red and nothing happens?
And it will.
On Sunday, January 27th.
Come in. You're expected.
Prepare yourself.
God help us, it knows we're here.
For the truth.
We were wrong to come.
Baker, stop!
Stephen King's Rose Red. Coming to ABC Sunday, January 27th at 9/8 Central. Viewer discretion advised.
Ready to start the second quarter from the vet. Tampa Bay and Philadelphia Royals to kick to Mitchell. A lot of room to run on a low line drive. But Mitchell tripped up as he just got past the 25. First quarter numbers, what you might expect from two defensive teams like this. The Eagles with 67 yards, but 39 came on the one run by Donovan McNabb.
Well, you're talking about defenses in Tampa Bay. They've only allowed this entire year 33 points in the first quarter.
Well,
how good is that?
So far in this game, they've given up no yards on 1st and 10. That's why they're in the playoffs, because their defense took over the month of December.
4 Pro Bowlers on this defensive unit for the Bucs. Pinkston out in the flat, hurled out of bounds.
Paul, Pinkston, Freddie Mitchell, James Thrash comes over. This wide receiving core has a lot of potential, but it's very, very young. Remember the game we did with Dallas? Pinkston made some great catches. He's a big guy at 6'2", but he's only 170 pounds.
2nd and 4 for the Eagles. McNabb, short set, goes out in the flat. This time it's Thrash, and he's out of bounds. Let's go to the sidelines for Susie Moore on Donovan McNabb.
Talk about coming of age for a quarterback. McNabb has done it in dramatic fashion. It's a knack of rising to the occasion in the most clutch situations like Week 16. He orchestrated 2 fourth-quarter drives to beat the Giants and win the NFC East. Chad Lewis pointed out his ability to handle pressure in a game of that magnitude and his pinpoint accuracy.
He was absolutely brilliant in that ball game, Susie, against the Giants, and really earned a lot more respect from his teammates. McNabb, now he'll run, throws and complete to Pinkston. Pinkston to the 20, to the 17. Paul, gain of 43.
Trey Thomas, you know, we saw him get beat by Simeon Rice before in the first quarter. Watch Trey Thomas now on Simeon Rice. 72 on 97. Look at this. He backpedals a little bit, but he still keeps Simeon Rice in front of him. He keeps control.
Donovan McNabb just buys so much time. And again, I can't emphasize enough how he keeps his eyes focused down the field. He doesn't look to run. He looks to throw.
Staley got to the 16.
One of the things that people talk about Donovan McNabb having to work on is his pocket presence, his ability to work and throw just from the pocket. I'm impressed with the fact, as young as he is, and he's been so successful, we lose sight of that. It's an area where you see him improve through the course of the year. That time, he didn't flush himself out to either side. He stayed there, allowed his line, and has stepped up in the pocket. That tells me he's really getting more comfortable there.
He's always aware of where he is on the field. Always.
McNabb with a pump fake. He's got room to run again. Throws instead, end zone, touchdown! The tight end, Chad Lewis.
I guess you could call that aware.
Well, yeah. Not only is he aware of where he is, but he is aware of everyone else. He puts Chad Lewis in a position to catch this ball. Watch him direct Chad Lewis. Watch his left arm. Get over. What a throw.
Chad Lewis just continuing to work. Dexter Jackson really can't stay with with them long enough, as long as Donovan McNabb buys that much time.
David Akers for the point after. And Donovan McNabb showed you everything he had on that series, leading the Eagles to the go-ahead touchdown.
I love the way you've decorated in here.
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly Southwest Airlines for just $39 to $99 each way when you purchase by January 28th.
You are now free to move about the country.
The Citizen Echo Drive. It never needs a battery because light recharges it. So, what will you do with your battery now that your watch doesn't need one?
Drive the all-new Kia Spectra, and at some moment, it'll hit you. The moment you realize you can actually afford a car with standard AC, roadside assistance, 6-speaker stereo, power windows and locks, plus Kia's 10-year warranty. We don't know where or when, but it will hit you.
Thank you! Thank you!
Introducing the 2002 Kia Spectra. Right now, get $1,000 cash back or 1.9% financing.
Time, Rolling Stone, Roger Ebert, USA Today, all named Black Hawk Down one of the best movies of the year. Black Hawk Down, rated R. Now playing in New York and Los Angeles everywhere Friday.
No matter who your favorite team is, call 1-877-NFL-SHOP for your free team catalog.
It is the kind of game that Donovan McNabb had a year ago when the Eagles beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers here at the Vet. He's doing it again to Tony Dungy's crew. The Eagles are up 10-3. Stecker awaits the kick. Stecker from the 3. And down at the 21.
We've talked about a lot of different elements with Donovan McNabb. The line of scrimmage is about the 16-yard line. You see where that line is. Watch as he scrambles. You're going to get a chance to see where he scrambles to. Right there. That's how close he is to the line of scrimmage. Remember, the ball can't be across the line of scrimmage. His body could be for it to be a legal play. But that's quarterback awareness.
Now a challenge for Tampa Bay's offense as they start from the 21. Allstott dancing, then rumbling. Allstott to the 37. Is he something else?
Well, again, when you watch Mike Allstott, just you keep your eyes on his shoulders. Now, none of these guys really want to hit him, especially the defensive backs and downfield. But watch him. Look at his shoulders. Now, he's going to slide to his right, but his shoulders are square. Here he comes back up. He's not unloading it and loading again. He's always loaded.
Damian Moore was not in a hurry to jump in there and try and tackle him either.
Johnson rifles this one down the middle to Keyshawn Johnson into Eagle territory. His favorite receiver, who nabbed 106 catches this year for 1,266 yards.
If you're able to run play action, it gives the linebackers an opportunity to have to step up, which allows Keyshawn to get to that second level. Good protection, and we know that Brad Johnson can perform.
The third most accurate passer of all time. Allstott pushes the pile down to the 41. Allstott causes obvious problems for defenses, and even a Pro Bowler like Troy Vincent has his reservations about taking him on.
I don't like playing against Mike Allstott. Love watching him on tape, but he's a throwback. And watching tape on him and just seeing him when he goes north and south, I mean, he drops those shoulders on you. I mean, he's a big guy. One guy that I really don't want to see.
Now love it when he said, I'm going to tell you one thing about Allstott. I don't know what kind of shoes he's wearing because I'm going to walk up after he gets tackled and look at him.
Johnson to throw out in the flat. Yoder, the backup tight end. He should have enough for a first down. At the Eagle 37er yard hook with the tackle.
Well, you know, Troy Vincent's going to be covering Keyshawn Johnson. He said when there's running plays, he said, Keyshawn, just keep running downfield like it's pass play. Especially if they give the ball, you know, to Mike Allstott. He said, I'll just cover you. You just keep going downfield and make it look like a pass play.
It's not just that Allstott is 250 pounds. He runs so hard, and he dishes out the punishment at the end of a tackle.
Here they come.
Allstott hitting the backfield this time, breaks the first tackle, but comes back shy of line of scrimmage.
And I'm telling you, this is the only way to stop him is you get by Brandon Whiting, number 98. Watch the penetration. See the penetration in the backfield? When they knock him back now and get him going left and right with his shoulders turned, he has no power.
But also, Paul, Brandon Whiting had a shot at him, couldn't bring him down. They really have to get 4 and 5 guys around him to get him to the ground.
Well, nobody's got arms long enough to get around a guy.
Allstott and Dunn are in there together on 2nd and 11. Johnson wants the screen to Allstott. And Allstott breaks a couple of tackles and is down near the 30. And there's a flag down at the end of the play. Emmons and Dawkins on the tackle.
Looks like a rodeo.
I think this one's going to go against the Eagles.
Let's get on Allstott's back and ride him.
It's a face mask. Now the question is, did you turn his head to bring him down? Is it 15 yards or is it 5? Mike coming through. There's the face mask. There's the head being turned. I think it's going to be 15. Absolutely.
15-yard penalty. Personal foul, half the distance of the goal. First down.
Andy Reid, not happy. Well, those are the kind of mistakes that upset a coach. You miss a tackle, live with that. You blow an assignment, live with that. But grabbing face masks, jumping off sides, the Eagles have made too many mistakes early in this game.
Let me ask quick.
What?
You ever tackled Allstott?
No.
Did you ever tackle anybody as big as Allstott?
Well, there's been some defensive backs that have intercepted some of my passes. Yeah.
Harvey Martin is a defensive lineman too.
Allstott. And thrown back across the 15.
There's something you won't see very often.
Corey Simon at 293 said, don't come in here.
Watch this. Allstott, watch his feet leave the ground after he gets hit. Bang. Here it comes. Hello. Whoops.
One of the places you don't need to worry about looking for Keyshawn Johnson is in the red zone. He has, of all the passes that he has caught, 106 of them, only 3 have gone to him in the red zone. If they do go to him, it will be definitely a trend breaker.
Allstott, very conservative play call, gets down to the 10. The Bucks have not scored a touchdown in 2 straight playoff games. And they obviously have to get more points than that to get back in this one.
They're using the Allstott to try to wear out the defensive line and linebackers and backs.
They also have not had a lot of success when they've been down by 6 points or less, or more.
7:09 and counting, first half. Dunn comes into the backfield. Allstott goes to the slot.
Dave Moore, their tight end, 83, is the guy you have to be aware of.
Brad Johnson dumps it to Warrick Dunn, and he doesn't have a chance. Bobby Taylor waiting for it in the flat.
Boy, I'll take that as outstanding play by a corner. Because when you have Warrick Dunn out in space where he can make some moves, obviously on this play he couldn't make a move. Watch how fast Taylor gets there. The ball is caught, and all Dunn could do was duck.
That's an excellent design, too, to have a corner out there instead of a linebacker.
And it's the 3rd time they've tried to get Dunn out in space, and every time the Eagles have had somebody right in his face.
Gramatica, who was already hit from 36, will try from 32. Bay cuts the lead to 4, a pair of Gramatica field goals. But the Eagles defense has done its job. They've kept the Bucks out of the end zone.
He was a threat to go the distance every single time he touched the football. Or as one rival coach used to say, Barry Sanders has 2 speeds. Here he comes, and there he goes.
Hey, nothing beats an original. Original Coors, brewed with Rocky Mountain water.
Original Coors. Here it comes, and there he goes.
Sarah bought a new Kia Sportage. It came with 3 airbags and 24-hour roadside assistance. Trish bought a Honda CR-V. 2 airbags, no roadside assistance. Sarah's Sportage came with a 10-year warranty. Trish's Honda, just 3. And yet Sarah paid thousands less than poor Trish.
Jill, will you shut it?
Oh, Trish is upset. Is it because Sarah's been dating her ex-boyfriend?
The 2002 Kia Sportage. Right now, get $2,500 cash back or 0% financing.
They met each other quite by accident.
He saved my life.
Ben Affleck and Sandra Bullock.
She's different than anyone I've ever met.
The network television premiere, Forces of Nature, ABC Monday.
Wednesday. Jay's looking for just a little attention from Damon.
What does this game have that I don't have?
A mute button. I knew my wife and kids. Then who taught Jim's daughter to say this word?
Hey!
Jim.
Well, at least she used it right.
I knew according to Jim. Wednesday, starting at 8/7 Central on ABC.
ABC's Wild Card Saturday is brought to you by Original Coors. Nothing beats an original. FedEx, Ground, International, Online, or Express. Don't worry, there's FedEx for that. And Charles Schwab, expert advice that's objective, uncomplicated, and not driven by commission. What is Philly without a cheesesteak? This is Jim's on South Street, where I fulfilled my New Year's resolution of gaining 10 pounds in the first 2 weeks.
And they're not fattening.
Gramatica to kick. Mitchell is deep with Damian Douglas. Low long drive kick grabbed by one of the uplines. And it's Brandon Whiting. Check it, Darwin Walker, who gets the return. Got a timeout in Philadelphia. It's 10-6.
Troy, I know you got out for a reason. You're worried about getting hurt. But it's a year later. I really think it's time. If you don't get back in, you're going to regret it. Remember what I told you. Think mutual funds. Stay diversified.
Any tax implications?
Wouldn't it be great if the person you trust most was your broker?
Is there a healthcare fund that looks attractive?
At Schwab, our mutual fund advice is always objective, uncomplicated, and not driven by commission. Call 1-800-4-NO-LOAD to find out which fund is right for you.
Camry. Trust us, you're going to want one.
Playoffs, there's no tomorrow.
This is where you lay it all on the line.
There is no more next week. You know, you have to do what you have to do right now.
You have to win this game.
If you can win a big game, people start respecting you.
This is what we do.
This is what you've been playing 16 games for, is to get to the playoffs.
One game, one moment. That's the beauty of the playoffs.
You're going to have to see it and feel it yourself to believe it.
If you lose today, you go home.
Women's friends are great. You go shopping, drink some tea.
Really? Might want to check your testosterone, Pip. Take you down a couple quarts.
The Job is back Wednesday on ABC.
Philadelphia with 6:05 to go first half, a 4-point lead on Tampa Bay.
If I had one of those outfits on, I'd look like a pear.
I'm not
If you had one of those outfits on, I'd be out of here.
Yeah, me too. You'd be working alone.
McNabb. Flush throws on the run, incomplete. Let's go to Susie. Susie, John Lynch had some interesting things to say, didn't he?
Well, we know how much this team relies on the defense, and the defense struggled earlier in the season, too. He pointed out the major adjustments they had to make. Perhaps the biggest impact, the loss of Lovie Smith, linebackers coach, and Herm Edwards, the secondary coach. Herm was the guy who offered the stern hand, not necessarily Tony Dungy's strength. He was the guy who walked around with a stick in his hand, taught the guys how to be NFL players, and we know how successful those two have been around the league this season.
Got to be happy for both of those guys, the turnarounds they've engineered. And now McNabb, who had to use a timeout early, burns his second one. Trying to get the play in from the sideline, unable to do it. Back after this.
My hands speak to me. They tell me secrets. They tell me of time and patience. At least, that is what my hands say. The all-new Lexus ES 300. A new world of luxury.
Wednesday. Takes a real man to play this woman.
Looks like menopause hit her hard and then dragged her for 50 yards.
Richard Chamberlain guest stars on a new Drew Carey. Then it's the season premiere of the show TV Guide calls Laugh Out Loud.
Do you think it's right shooting unarmed people?
Well, I don't know if it's right, but it makes a lot more sense than shooting the armed ones. Those guys are dangerous.
It doesn't have a laugh track and doesn't need one.
You gotta watch this show.
Viewer discretion is advised for the job. After a new Drew Carey, Wednesday, starting at 9/8 Central on ABC.
Every Saturday night, James Bond's gonna push your buttons.
Eject to see.
The Bond Picture Show premieres in 2 weeks, 8/7 Central on ABC.
Hello, this is Donovan McNabb for the Philadelphia Eagles. We fought all year to make it to the playoffs, but we want to thank our military personnel for fighting every day to protect our freedom.
Thank you, Donovan. And these are some of the pilots and crew from the helicopter flyover before our game started. Nice to have you with us, guys.
Hey, hey.
Symbol of the Liberty Bell atop Veterans Stadium. 2nd and 10 for the Eagles. Staley on a little inside handoff and bounces to the 40.
Tampa Bay will be able to control Philadelphia's running game with their front four. I do not believe that they can provide enough pressure on Donovan McNabb to control his scrambling. I think Monty Kiffin, their defensive coordinator, is going to have to get John Lynch up in the box a little bit closer and let him be the guy who can put pressure on McNabb if he moves around.
They show blitz. McNabb changing the play. They come with the blitz, and Deuce Staley with room to run to midfield.
Man, was this a good call, and this was also changed at the line of scrimmage. I mean, Donovan McNabb, he sees the blitz coming to his left, and that's Derek Brooks, 55. He sees it, he reads it, and then he checks off to Deuce Staley going the other way, to their right.
There's the blitz. You see it coming there. Now, he goes behind John Runyon. John Runyon, Jermaine Mayberry run about 325 each. Just a few pounds moving out on that side.
Nice block by Mayberry to keep Warren Sapp away from the tackle. Buckhalter will try the outside. Nothing there.
You know, Warren Sapp has to talk to everybody. He just talked to the bench. He said, you know, they're holding me. When you tell the Philadelphia people, they're holding me. But nobody listens. Look at him. He's mad.
Only had 6 sacks this year. His sacks wanted to lead the league in sacks. Of course, congratulations to Michael Strahan, setting a new record. But only had 6. But I think the play of Simeon Rice has reflected in the ability of Warren Sapp to control people inside.
2nd and 9. Buckhalter. Dexter Jackson came up and gave him a shot after Rondé Barber had made initial contact.
You know, when we talk about Warren Sapp and his ability to get to the quarterback, or at least try to, sometimes you just get away from looking at running backs and decide, I'm going to go get the quarterback. This is my main job. Watch Warren Sapp. He takes himself out of the play. Warren Sapp goes by Buckhalter, and Buckhalter gets the ball downfield.
Isn't that supposed to be where that other guy's supposed to be filling for you?
What other guy?
You know, the safeties, the linebackers, those other guys.
Big play here for the Bucks. McNabb throwing on time to Pinkston, but broken up by Kelly. Outstanding defense from Kelly at the corner.
You know, you were mentioning this the other day in the meeting about Kelly. You know, everybody talks about Rondé Barber, everybody else on the defense and Lynch, but no one talks about this young man, Brian Kelly.
Big physical guy, 5'11", almost 200 pounds. Got the job away from Donnie Abraham, who had 6 interceptions through the course of this year, so you know he's pretty good.
Landetta to kick to Williams. Bucks jumped, no flag yet. That would have been a first down. Takes a good bounce for the Eagles. They will kill it inside the 5-yard line. It sure looked like Tampa Bay was offside. That would have been a first down for the Eagles.
That play was right in front of where I'm standing, and I'm telling you, that was offsides. The Bucks caught a major break on that one.
And the official on the other side of the field, the linesman right on the line of scrimmage, reached for his flag and didn't take it.
There's the official right there. Oh, that was awful close. Woo. Now this is where Tampa Bay, because they don't throw the ball down the field, struggles. You have to count on Mike Alstott to pound your way out here. You can bet the Eagles are going to limit a lot of people at the line of scrimmage.
1st and 10 from the 5. Alstott hitting the backfield.
Hugh Douglas.
Douglas just crashed down from that defensive end spot.
We've talked about all the blitzes that this defense has put in. Hugh Douglas right around the corner again on Kenyatta Walker. That's a mismatch. Hugh Douglas and his experience, and Kenyatta Walker, the rookie draft choice #1 pick out of Florida, will be a good football player, but he's getting schooled today.
Johnson short set, floats it out in the flat, and short of Cook, there's a penalty flag down.
This play was blown dead. You couldn't hear anything, but it was blown dead.
Prior to the ball being snapped, we had a false start on number 67. Half the distance to the goal. Still 2nd down.
Our boy
Tough day so far for Kenyatta Walker.
Well, he's just trying to get a little jump on Hugh Douglas. Kenyatta Walker's going, you know what? He didn't look that fast on film. Look at this. He was moving.
He's trying to get outside.
Well, you just see now that they moved out to give him some help. Kenyatta Walker, Randall McDaniel came back out to help.
2:23 to go in the half. Warrick Dunn is in on 2nd and 12. Alstott now the fullback spot. Dunn. He'll lose another half yard. Jeremiah Trotter, the middle linebacker, sliced through.
Warrick Dunn trying to press it outside, but there's nowhere to run. The penetration is so good by the Philadelphia Eagles front 7. Warrick Dunn can only go one place, to the ground.
She wore white?
She put her past behind her, but you're missing the point of the story. The groom's father-in-law hires him to run the mismanaged shipping department of the family business.
No honeymoon?
A week in Oahu.
That's nice.
Not bad, but keep up. The kid turns to FedEx Ground. They give him affordable nationwide B2B delivery with a money-back guarantee. And he gives Daddy Dearest a high-quality, low-cost lesson in who's the boss.
Who is the boss?
The kid.
The kid is now the boss?
The kid is now the boss.
That's the story?
That's it.
Attention, attention everybody. The Home Depot is driving down the cost of home improvement. We are taking an extra 40% off hundreds of items. Look for the yellow tags and save an extra 40% on great brand names all over the store.
Like this 2-pack of compact fluorescent light bulbs. With 40% off, it's just $5.99.
But hurry, it's only while supplies last. And just one more way, the Home Depot has lower prices nailed.
8 men and women are about to make television history. If they can answer 7 simple questions, they could win $250,000. But if they can't control their heart rates, The Chair will beat them.
It is game time.
John McEnroe hosts The Chair. Series premiere Tuesday, 8/7 Central on ABC.
It knows we're here.
Some houses are born bad.
We're in trouble.
Let me out!
Big trouble.
Rose Red. ABC Sunday, January 27th.
It's the kind of a slugfest we expected on NFL Wild Card Saturday, with Philadelphia leading the Bucs 10-6.
The most important thing for Brad Johnson on this play is not to make a silly mistake. Don't turn the ball over backed up this far.
I think you hand off this ball and then play defense, because they've got a very good defense. We're going to give upfield position, but you're right. You can't afford to make any kind of mistake here.
Play action by Johnson, and he just throws this one away. Smart play by Brad Johnson to stop the clock. 1:54 to go in the half.
Philadelphia will only have one timeout in this 2-minute drill.
But with their field position that they should get after this punt, may not need much more.
Royals, who got off a low line drive the last time, kicking to the dangerous Brian Mitchell. Short, poor kick. And takes a bounce for the Eagles. It'll be down near the 30-yard line. Let's go to Susie.
Well, Mike, the Eagles D is playing up to form tonight. They gave up the second fewest points this year in the league, an average of 13 points a game, no more than 2 touchdowns in any game this season. Since 1970, there have only been 4 teams that did not allow more than 21 points a game in a single season. In fact, they allowed 24 less in 30 straight. Tonight's the night to get down and dirty, stop the run. That's been their weakness, but they're doing it tonight, Mike.
The problem is, Susie, they've already given up 10 in the way the Eagles defense is playing. Who knows if that might be enough. And a second straight poor kick from Royals. Excellent field position for the Eagles. Plenty of time even with only one timeout left.
I think if you're Andy Reid, you go for it right now. Take a shot.
McNabb with a pump fake and now scrambles. White forces him out of bounds at the 26.
It's really been fun. Look at that.
Well, I was just watching White chasing McNabb. I mean, here's a defensive lineman, and he thinks he's going to get there. So, and it looks like McNabb is going to go back, keep up the field. But watch what he does to White. 94 is White. Now, he's running his little buns off, and he gets over and it gives him that little fake.
You remember the Rocky movie? They told him to go out in the yard and chase a chicken.
Watch that today. What an apropos movie today to be on.
2nd and 5. Bucks come with a blitz. Great protection from the Eagle line. Now McNabb's in trouble and throws it out of bounds. Jamie Duncan close to him but couldn't get there.
Trying to take a shot upfield to Freddie Mitchell. Little pump and go. I really believe that that's the way Tampa Bay is going to have to deal with Donovan McNabb. Bring pressure up. If he's going to flush, let him get flushed to one side. Jamie Duncan trying to put pressure on him. Warren Sapp getting after him.
Did you see John Lynch come flying in there? He ran right into John Welborn, but he didn't back down for 1 second. I mean, just hell-bent for leather.
He backed up a little bit.
Oh, after he hit him. But he hit him as hard as he could. Quarterback draw. McNabb dives for the first down. Simeon Rice was hanging on to him. McNabb knew exactly where he was and leaped for the 20.
Well, you know, we talked about in the first quarter about the awareness of Donovan McNabb, and he knew exactly how far he had to get the first down. Then watch this lunge. Now here it is. It's a quarterback draw. He's following Deuce Staley, 22 up the middle. Now he's tackled. Watch him just stretch as far as he can to get the first down.
Clock running. The Eagles have but one timeout left. Staley trying to run it outside, has no chance, and I got to wonder about that call.
But knowing that they had the one timeout, running the football probably was worth a shot. But that'll be the last time you'll see anybody but Donovan McNabb run the football in this half.
I was just going to say, the only guy who's had any yardage is Donovan McNabb. There's Rice.
Simeon Rice has been criticized for his inability to be able to stop the run. He said, you know, when I was in Arizona, everybody used to knock me and say I couldn't run. Well, they couldn't stop the run, period. He got the blame for it. Now, all of a sudden, he's got some great guys around him, and nobody talks about his inability to stop the run anymore. It's an area that he wanted to work on, and Monty Kiffin, the defensive coordinator of the Bucs, stated it very simply. When he came here, if he wasn't a better run stopper, he wasn't going to play.
And he actually led the defensive line in tackles this year. There is Monty Kiffin, the brilliant defensive coordinator for this ball club.
I like talking to Simeon Rice when he says, he points up to the ceiling in the room and he says, you know, there's a higher purpose for what I have to do. He's not talking about God. He's talking about where he wants the level of play he wants to get to. He said, I got to get to the top. He said, I'm not even close to being where I want to be as a player.
Third overall pick in the 96 draft. Now it's 2nd and 13.
Chad Lewis, the tight end, becomes a big part of their offense down close.
Four-man rush. McNabb throws it at the feet of Deuce Staley, trying to set up a little screen. Let's go down to Susie.
Mike, Simeon Rice admits that he had a tough time adjusting to a new team, new scheme, 1 sack in the first 7 games. He also said he found way too many egos in the locker room. Little genuine conversation, but he learned that's not how he wants to be. But still, the overriding theme among all these stars was we want to win. Once he adapted and realized every man plays his gap, he could trust everyone, that's when he started to really play his game.
A lot of guys on that defense you can trust. 3rd and long, little swing pass. Staley with blockers in front. Deuce Staley, touchdown!
There's a flag on the play, and it's against Philadelphia.
Holy cow. A little swing screen for 23 yards and a touchdown, but it comes back.
Well, Staley had 2 guys, 2 offensive linemen out in front of him. Fraley was one.
Looks like personal foul.
Referee's now talking it over. They have already called back the touchdown.
You see what Andy Reid is doing now? He has the communication to Donovan McNabb.
Personal foul, number 76 of the offensive team for unnecessary roughness after the offensive team had already scored. The touchdown is good. The penalty will be enforced on the kickoff.
So the touchdown counts. Wellborn called for the personal foul after the play.
First of all, here's the touchdown. And just take a look at this. Look at the blocking downfield. Now, that's excellent blocking. That's Fraley, the center, that's out in front. Now, the touchdown had already been scored.
And Dexter Jackson, instead of wrapping him up, just tried to throw his shoulder into him. And they couldn't stop Staley.
Hank Fraley out of Robert Morris College. Doing an excellent job at center for the Eagles.
Why not? He was coached by Joe Walton. Akers for the point after.
Right in the middle of your screen, number 99 and number 76. There they are. There's the kick. There's the pull. And there's the penalty.
The kick's no good.
Now remember, last week in that quote-unquote game that meant nothing, the only member of the starting offensive line that played that game was John Welborn. He's seen enough of Warren Sapp.
Coming up on the Lexus Halftime Show, Chris Berman and Steve Young from our New York studio. We'll report on the Jets-Oakland game in the AFC that follows us, and a look at this year's NFC Pro Bowl starters as well.
You know, Hugh Douglas was talking about last year when they were in the playoffs, Joey, that their team let other teams get to them. They let them rag on them, say, okay, get in their face, and these guys started to get back, and they forgot they were playing a football game. So what they decided in this ball game, and I said there was a quiet confidence about this football team, they were not going to get into the verbal jazz with Tampa, just play their football game. But that time, I mean, you talk about a kick.
That wasn't verbal.
I mean, no, Welborn, that's a kick, and that's. I'm surprised that he's still in the ball game.
So am I.
Oh, he missed. Maybe that had something to do with it.
Well, if he hadn't missed, Warren Sapp might not be in the ball game. Let's see if this penalty will have any effect. It pushes them all the way back to the 15-yard line to kick off, and the Bucs still have 35 seconds on the first half clock. Stecker moves all the way up to his 15.
Bucs can get some good field position and at least get a shot at 3. All their timeouts.
Another low line drive. Stecker has to wait for it at the 18. And can only manage to get back to the 38. Let's check in with Susie.
Mike, the scoreboard, not good news for Tampa Bay. We all know about buck ball, but the drawback of relying on defense in the running game, they are not built to come from behind. They've lost every game over the last 2 seasons in which they've fallen behind by 6 or more. They are 0-11 in those games. So, Mike, just another haunting stat they're going to have to overcome tonight.
Well, they avoided the 40 degrees at kickoff, but that statistic much more critical for this ball club. The fact that they are not built to come from behind, that this is a very elementary passing game to do it with. 3-man rush. Johnson dumps it to Warren Dunn. Can't get out of bounds, makes the 41. And a timeout for Tampa Bay.
One of the things that Tampa Bay did not want to do, and they don't want to do, and they know it hurt him last year, is when you take Dunn and Allstott out of the game, out of the running part of the game, you take the majority of their offense. Their offense is based on running the football with those 2 guys. When you get behind, as far as they got behind, again, they have a tough time throwing the ball.
Keyshawn Johnson was supposed to be the answer at wide receiver, but he has not gotten a lot of yardage downfield after catches. Allstott, 29 yards. Dunn, only 5 carries for 5 yards so far in this game. .23 seconds left. Bucs with 2 timeouts remain. The Eagles show blitz and come with it. The pass behind Jaquez Green.
And the one thing about this Philadelphia defense, Joe, the speed of their linebackers and their good defensive backs, you really can't dink and dunk against these guys. I mean, when you talk about dinking and dunking passes, little short passes, 5 passes so far have been to running backs, 2 to tight ends, and that's just the second pass thrown to a wide receiver.
The first one was caught by Keyshawn.
3rd and 6. The Bucs trying to keep this drive alive. Johnson with plenty of time to Keyshawn down the middle. Keyshawn Johnson breaks a tackle inside the 15 to the 13-yard line. How did he get that wide open?
He may not be fast, but he has an ability to work the middle of the football field like another great Hall of Famer to be, Chris Carter. Brad Johnson gets plenty of time, and this just gets lofted over the linebackers and beneath the defensive backs. There you see the semi-press by Al Harris. He cuts him loose. The linebackers just aren't deep enough in their drop, and then look at him work the ball. He did a good job of protecting the ball on that running play. He has one reception over 40 yards. That was against the Bears at a very critical moment in that game and fumbled it, and the Bears recovered. So this one he did a good job of protecting.
Cut 2 for 63 yards today. So 11 seconds to go, and the Bucs are threatening. There is Gramatica, and Gramatica is limping. They had Doug Bryan as their backup kicker, but he has been deactivated. It doesn't look like Gramatica can kick anything right now.
Well, he slipped over there trying to kick some balls practicing.
Johnson to throw. All-stop. Got out of bounds. Stopped the clock with 2 seconds to go. Coming up at halftime, we'll be announcing the NFC Pro Bowl starters for you on our halftime show with Chris Berman and Steve Young. Now, what do you do if you're the Bucs? Gramatica was in obvious pain on the sideline.
He's not even limping now. He ran onto the field. You know, he's fine now. Gramatica is Dramatica.
I would think that Tampa Bay would want to take a shot at kicking the field goal with 2 seconds to go. There they are.
Gramatica's going to line up and warm up again during the timeout.
Yep. Use up all your timeouts. Give them as much time as you can to get them recovered. It's going to be a little bit longer than an extra point for him. Keyshawn Johnson, 106 catches this year, just 1 touchdown, going to the Pro Bowl.
Tell you what, Joe, he has always talked the talk, but he's always backed it up.
He really has. And he's thrilled with the fact that Brad Johnson is his quarterback. You can see the two of them talking now.
2 seconds remaining in the first half. Tampa Bay trying to get back to within 8.
Of course, Martine missed the last three games of the season because of a hamstring problem.
Well, he hurt his ankle over there, and the guys on the bench said, hey, get out there. Let me tell you, this is a playoff game. Get out there.
He recovered a little faster than his brother did, didn't he?
Well, I'll tell you how fast you recover when they threaten you.
Gramatica will try this from 27. He's hit from 36 and 32. Knocks it through. And the Bucs close to within 8 on the final play of the first half. Now let's join Chris Berman and Steve Young in our New York studio.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. 17-9. All of a sudden, offensive juggernauts here the last 2 minutes. I think when the Staley touchdown happened, it was 39 degrees, right? And then when Keyshawn caught the ball, it was back up to 41 degrees. But except for that play with Staley, I believe that McNabb has really done the creation.
Yeah, nothing's worked as planned. It hasn't, but it really is Don McNabb creating. And what I said earlier, what Joe said on the screen as well, he's keeping his eyes upfield and making great plays downfield.
You still worry about what Tampa missed after the turnover in the beginning of the game?
Every time you kick a field goal on the road, I think you get closer to losing, and that's exactly what happened in the red zone with those Bucs. It's driving me crazy.
But a good finish for Tampa in the half. We'll be back with the Lexus halftime show after this message and a word from our ABC station.
Boys and girls, can anyone spell this?
This is Deuce Staley of the Philadelphia Eagles.
C-A-T.
Deuce helps the United Way build stronger communities by supporting local educational programs.
Deuce, can you spell chrysanthemum?
Chrysanthemum? She got cat.
Does someone here need a timeout?
Chrysanthemum. C-H-R-Y-S-A-N-T-H-E-M-U-M. Chrysanthemum.
A good house cradles and comforts. A bad one fills us with instinctive unease.
Some houses are born bad.
It's the house. It's coming alive.
An ABC original motion picture thriller.
Help us or die.
Let me out of here!
I insist you stay a little longer.
Stephen King's Rose Red. Sunday, January 27th, 9/8 Central on ABC. Viewer discretion advised.
It's the start of another year, and Chevy wants to make it one to remember. That's why we're kicking it into overdrive with $2,002 cash back on every new 2001 and 2002 Chevy car, truck, and SUV. That's $2,002 when you lease or purchase any new Chevrolet. It's a new year, and a new Chevy could make all the difference. So see your local Chevy dealer today.
Sweet moments, spicy encounters, satisfying memories. Food is a part of life, and Weight Watchers doesn't want you missing any of it. With our Winning Points plan, you can eat any food you like, stay satisfied, and still lose weight. Join Weight Watchers now and get our new guide to satisfying meal and snack ideas free.
Join now for just $20. Call 1-800-651-6000 and sign up today.
Weight Watchers. Real food, real life, real results.
Bless me, Father, for I've sinned.
What'd you do?
I took the Lord's name in vain.
How many times?
Quite a few.
Ballpark.
500.
In a day?
Hey, who is this?
Just a priest. What else?
I got in trouble with my wife.
Why?
Well, my girlfriend called and she bought this in a bikini.
Bikini?
Hey, who's in there?
Hey, you want to be forgiven or not?
Yes.
What color was the bikini?
Is it purple?
Yeah, Daddy.
What?
Okay. The Job is back Wednesday, 9:30, 8:30 Central on ABC. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome to the Lexus Halftime Show, brought to you by Lexus and the all-new ES300, a new world of luxury. Here now, Chris Berman and Steve Young.
Welcome back to New York, everyone. 17-9 Philly at the half. The late game today, January 12, 2002. Certainly a bellwether day in New York Jets history. 33 years ago today, January 12, 1969, Super Bowl III. Jets 16, Colts 7. The Raiders are the AFC West champs this year, but they're more worried about recent history. They haven't won since December 15th. After a 6-1 start, they finished 4-5 and 3 straight losses. Can they recapture their early season silver and black magic? Out to Oakland, Al Michaels. Al?
Thanks, Chris. Well, someday Tim Brown will go strolling into the Hall of Fame at Canton, Ohio. But here he was about an hour ago strolling into the Coliseum for tonight's game. Tim Brown, Jerry Rice, Rich Gannon and company will try to get the Oakland Raiders a win in this playoff game against the New York Jets, who come to town relatively healthy. But as far as the Raiders are concerned, 2 big question marks. Running back Charlie Garner, place kicker Sebastian Janikowski. For an update on those guys, here's Melissa Stark.
Well, Al, Charlie Garner has a swollen right foot. He injured it in the first quarter of last week's game. He practiced only on a limited basis this week. Yesterday, John Gruden said he was hopeful that Garner would be able to play. Today, Garner said he will play. As for Sebastian Janikowski, he has cellulitis on his left foot, his kicking foot. That's an infection of the tissue. I talked to him a little while ago. He said he's about 80%. He'll wear a plastic device on the top of his foot to protect the infected area. And Al, he said, I have to go. We don't have another kicker.
All right, Melissa, 2 of the storylines we'll be following as Vinny and the Jets take on the Raiders tonight, Chris.
All right, Al, Melissa, thank you very much. Look forward to your call, as always. Close game like last week, Jets-Raiders?
I think it has to be, because the Jet defense does a great job of smothering the Raiders and really their opponents all year long. I think they're going to hold them down, put everything in front of them, and not let any big plays.
Well, I think they look to run Martin for sure, but if the Raiders get going, can they feel a couple of early touchdowns? Hey, this is October again, we're rolling?
This is not the week to get healthy. Like I mentioned, the Jets defense will not allow that. Just win, baby, today.
Somebody once
Move on to next week.
Somebody once said that. When we come back on our Lexus Halftime Show, we will announce the NFC Pro Bowl starters. Donovan McNabb, 2 second-half touchdown passes. The first one here to Chad Lewis. Eagles lead 17-9 at the half.
When reviewing the Lexus LS430, Automobile Magazine said, no car in this class has more inviting leather, a more comfortable ride, a superior stereo, or a more logical navigation system. Perhaps this is why, for the 2nd year in a row, Automobile Magazine has named the LS430 the best luxury car over $40,000. To its owners, it's the best luxury sedan in the world. The LS430 at your Lexus dealer.
Do you have a problem with this blind date?
Tuesday, everything's personal.
I don't like the idea of you building a relationship with my son that maybe gets tossed out the window.
Then, this mother and daughter will do anything to cover up a murder.
You're protecting her now. I killed him!
New Blue, 9/8 Central. New Philly, 10/9 Central. ABC this Tuesday. Viewer discretion advised.
Hope Chrysler Classic next Saturday on ABC.
Welcome back to our Lexus halftime show. Halftime of Game 1, 17-9, the Eagles. And when this is all over, the playoffs on February 9th, the Pro Bowl will be here from Honolulu here on ABC. And we get a chance today to announce the starters of the Pro Bowl. Here's the NFC. It's hard to believe that Brett Favre is making his first appearance in Honolulu since '97. Boy, has he earned it. 32 TDs, his 10th 3,000-yard season. He's almost up to 40,000 for his career. Orlando Pace of the Rams, Chris Samuels of the Skins will be the tackles. Larry Allen, Cowboys, Ron Stone, Giants guards. Olin Kreutz of the Bears center. Samuels and Kreutz, their first Pro Bowl appearance. Favre will have his own tight end to throw to. Bubba Frank, so dangerous near the goal line. Bust-out year for David Boston at wideout for the Cards. So dangerous, deep Terrell Owens of the Niners. Mike Goodhands with Allstott is the fullback. And Marshall Faulk, the first player in NFL history to have 2,000 all-purpose yards for 4 straight seasons. He's the running back. On defense, 2 players that you're watching go at it here this afternoon. Hugh Douglas and Warren Sapp on the front wall, along with Leroy Glover, and the Giants' Michael Strahan. New sack record for Strahan, 22.5. Just 2 weeks ago against Philadelphia, he was a one-man wrecking crew with 3.5 sacks in a pivotal game. The linebackers, young LeVar Arrington of the Skins and the veteran Derek Brooks of the Bucks on the outside, and Brian Urlacher, 2 years in the league, 2 years to the Pro Bowl from the Chicago Bears. One of the biggest reasons why the Rams have made such a huge improvement on defense, the addition of Aeneas Williams at corner. Brian Dawkins and Sammy Knight are your safeties from the Eagles and the Saints, and Rondé Barber, 10 interceptions for Tampa Bay. It's been 20 years since someone had more in the National Football League. David Greenacres is the place to be for kicker. Todd Sauerbrunn, Panthers, the punter. His Carolina teammate Steve Smith, 3 returns as your return specialist, and Larry Wiggum of the Bears, your special team performer. I know, Steve, one guy that we're looking forward to seeing out in Honolulu is Garrison Hearst. What a story, Niners running back.
Second comeback of the year award ever. I think if you know, Ernest Shackleton has nothing on Garrison Hearst. I mean, talk about endurance and coming back. I think it's one of the neatest stories of the year.
Well, the way Donovan McNabb is playing in this game, he would prevent Tampa Bay from coming back if he can keep it going. Not only the 2 touchdown passes, the 50 or so scramble, right, and then the run and throw to Todd Pinkston he's creating.
Right, 41 yards set up. Look at the eye level, and I think that's the genius of where Donovan is in his development. He's now not dropping his eyes, trying to make plays himself. He's now looking downfield and creating it on their own. It's not a part of the, you know, Andy Reid can't say, hey, Donovan, make 3 or 4 plays for me today, but he's doing that on his own.
But Tampa's with an 8 field position, though. Lendetta's been beautiful punting, and every kick return seems to be the 35, 37-yard line. Tampa needs something to happen. What do they do? I
think they got to, well, they're in a dilemma. Do we blitz Donovan? Do we stay back? I think they got to blitz him clearly. And then when you get inside the 20, please just throw it into the end zone one time. Throw it to Keyshawn just for fun to see what happens. Even if it's a dud, just throw it in there and see what happens.
17-9 is our score at the half, and here's the play just before the half. The swing to Deuce Staley, which swung the tables towards Philly for now.
I like to look at things of beauty. They make me dream. They make me wish. They make me smile.
The all-new Lexus ES300, a new world of luxury.
This has been the Lexus Halftime Show, brought to you by Lexus and the all-new ES300, a new world of luxury. We'll be back with the second half after this from our ABC stations. The lovely Hawaiian island of Oahu, known for its beaches and bikinis, serves as a setting for a matchup of NFL dream teams. Stewart, Bettis, and Lewis lead the AFC against South Bar Falk in the NFC. Football's megastars meet at the NFL Pro Bowl, Saturday, February 9th on ABC. Aloha. Bigger. Badder. Better. Muskegon Fury. Bond Furious Family Entertainment. Get your tickets for the next game at the L.C. Walker Arena box office, all Ticketmaster locations, or online at Ticketmaster.com. The Muskegon Fury. Bring it on.
The promotion. A new title. A bigger paycheck. Better days ahead. Your hard work paid off. And so did that extra confidence from getting rid of your gray hair with Just for Men hair color. Its vitamin formula rejuvenates your hair and energizes you with a natural look in 5 easy minutes. When you feel confident, it shows. Just for Men, the Rejuvenator.
After 75 years as Western Michigan's premier furniture showcase, Irwin's Home Furnishings is going out of business in Muskegon and will liquidate every item of quality home furnishings to the public on a first-come, first-served basis. Everything must go regardless of cost. I said everything must go. Don't miss the total liquidation of Irwin's Home Furnishings at 267 Seminole Road in Muskegon. At liquidation prices, home furnishings are available only to retail customers and not available to competing home furnishings dealers or wholesalers.
Watch Alias right here on WZZM 13.
Back at the Vet in Philadelphia for Wild Card Saturday, the Bucks and the Eagles, and the Eagles win the first half 17-9. Welcome back, everybody. Glad you could join us on an early Saturday afternoon, working into Saturday night for the Bucks and the Eagles. It's exactly what you guys said to expect in this ball game. A lot of defense and Donovan McNabb making big plays.
Well, 2 big plays by Philadelphia on offense. McNabb and then the screen to Deuce Staley, and then the one by Keyshawn Johnson ended up in the field goal. That's it for offense.
But for the Bucks, that field goal at the end of the half was huge. It's a big difference going in down by 11, down by 8. They can stay with their game plan a little bit more. They can continue to try and run the football to try and hold off this Eagle defense a little bit longer, because if they have to start to throw, they don't have the wide receivers to get it done.
Eagles to kick to start the second half. Aaron Stecker from the 5. Has the outside. Stecker dragged down at the 38-yard line. First half numbers from the Vet, and the Eagles with the advantage in total yards, 190 to 128. The margin comes in rushing, 93 to only 34 for Tampa Bay. The leaders, Brad Johnson, incredibly accurate as always for 101 yards. Warwick Dunn, only 5 yards rushing. Keyshawn Johnson, courtesy of that late big play, has 63 yards on 2 catches. Cook and Allstott are the backs. Allstott. He's drilled by Brandon Whiting. Let's go to Susie.
Well, Mike, coaches are never satisfied. Despite the lead, Andy Reid said he didn't like the fact that Mike Allstott broke a couple on them. Even though the Eagles are up, he's still concerned about that Bucs passing game. You saw Johnson to Johnson just before the half. I asked him if he really wants to get their running game going. He said no, he's more concerned if they keep mixing it up. He said, we need to put more points on the board.
All right, Susie, thanks. The Bucs from the 38, 2nd and 9. Empty backfield for Johnson. Blitz coming. Unloads for Dunn, and it will be intercepted by Damon Moore.
Boy, I'll tell you what, Damon Moore just played center field. They had the blitz on. When you empty that backfield, I love the call. I love the fact that you have an empty backfield and there's nobody back there to protect the quarterback. Go ahead, send some people. Here they come. Trotter's there.
Carlos Emmons is the outside rusher. There they are. They jump in the air. Brad Johnson just hangs this one up. And of course, if Damian Moore wasn't hanging in the middle, it might have been a good play. As it turns out, it looks like a mirror of the first half when Donovan McNabb threw the interception early. Now, can the Bucs defense step up and make a play?
Staley is the tailback, McNabb to throw. Wide open, Lewis. Chad Lewis inside the Tampa 30.
I'm going to tell you something. Joe said something in the first half, and it's absolutely true. If the Tampa Bay Buccaneers don't start bringing the linebacker and or safety and or corner, they're not going to get to McNabb. But when he steps up, look at this throw. Lewis is wide open in the middle of the field.
Tampa Bay likes to play a cover 2. Corners up, safeties back, covering the halves. The middle of the football field is where Donovan McNabb is going to find Chad Lewis.
Gain of 33 for Lewis. He's caught 4 for 60 yards. Buckhalter. Excellent play by Shelton Quarles, dragging him down behind the line of scrimmage. The Eagle leaders, as you might expect, Donovan McNabb at the forefront. 104 yards on 7 out of 14. Staley only 20 yards. Lewis 27 in the first half, but added a 33-yarder to that here early in the third quarter.
But I don't think there's either one of these football teams are going to be able to run the ball wide. If you're going to run the ball at all, if you are, it's got to be between the tackles.
McNabb changes the play. 4-man rush. Staley trying to get outside Lynch. Flying up from outside, sacked from inside.
That was a really nice job by Simeon Rice. He's not going to get credit for a tackle. He's not even going to get an assist. But because he occupies the proper zone, watch this. He comes up, now he goes back inside of Lewis, which forces Buckhalter outside and allows Lynch to make the tackle. That's what it talks about when you say play in the defense.
Last 3 Eagle runs have all been stopped in the backfield. Now 3rd and long, Bucks show blitz. They back out of it, rush only 3. McNabb under pressure. Buying more time. Trying to get away from White, and White pushed him out of bounds. Excellent job by Steve White against the much quicker quarterback.
Well, Donovan McNabb again. I mean, talk about awareness on the field, but he also was aware of defense. He knew that there was only a 3-man rush. He knew that he had plenty of time to move himself around in the pocket. Unfortunately, he couldn't get anybody open.
It was a brilliant defensive stand by Tampa Bay because it takes the Eagles out of field goal territory.
Now, here's what I'm talking about McNabb. Now watch him. He knows there's only a 3-man rush. So he can buy all the time he wants. But White, I mean, he just does an outstanding job. Steve White does a great job.
In other ball games, Andy Reid might consider trying a 53, 54-yard field goal. Not when your defense is doing what they're doing. He's going to punt this back and try and back the Bucks up.
Landetta. High and short, fair catch made at the 15, barely by Stecker. 21-yard, or Carl Williams check it. Tampa Bay takes over at the 15. The turnover didn't hurt them.
That was fun. Hey, would you be my big, strong watchdog and guard my Bud Light while I go to the ladies' room? Woof.
Woof, baby.
Hey, let's touch it.
Hey, dog, what's going on?
Oh, you got moves. Look, he got moves. Stop.
With a great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down. Make it a Bud Light. It ain't that bad.
Excuse me, can you take Timmy to tuba practice?
No problem.
Hey, Mr. Battle of Gettysburg?
No problem.
Can you take me to the truck, please? No problem.
Dodge Caravan. It offers an exclusive power rear hatch.
Hey, my pony.
And 972 seating configurations. Grab Dodge's 7100 powertrain pledge. Ford, GM, and Toyota don't have it.
ABC Wednesday. Jay's looking for some attention, but Damon's got other ideas.
What does this game have that I don't have?
A mute button. I knew my wife and kids. And speaking of mute buttons, who taught Jim's daughter how to say, hey, Jim?
Well, at least she used it right.
New comedy according to Jim, and at 9/8 Central. It takes a real man to play this woman.
It's like menopause hit her hard and then dragged her for 50 years.
Richard Chamberlain guest stars in a new Drew Carey, followed by the season premiere of The Job, Wednesday, starting at 8/7 Central on ABC.
Friday, January 18th, Appointment Television comes home to Fridays. 2020 returns to Fridays, January 18th. Plan accordingly.
Coming up next, Wild Card Saturday continues on ABC. Curtis Martin and the Jets for round 2 against Oakland. This time, Rich Gannon, Jerry Rice and company trying to send the Jets away with a loss. The playoffs, game 2, next, right here on ABC. Mike Alstott thunders out to the 19-yard line. Last week, the Jets came away from Oakland with an enormous win on the strength of special teams. They beat the Raiders for the first time in Oakland since '62 to advance to the playoffs. John Hall with a clutch 53-yarder with less than a minute to go gave New York a 24-22 win. Moore and Yoder in a double tight end set. Alstott tries to get outside, no luck. Boy, Richard Cook, the safety, just came up and wouldn't let him go.
But that's a nice job by the interior guys. Paul Grassmanis, Corey Simon, Jeremiah Trotter. Watch the inside. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to go. Hugh Douglas, force him to the outside.
Watch what happens to him, Alstott, when he gets his shoulders turned. See his shoulders turned? When they're turned sideways, he really has no power and absolutely no place to go.
3rd and 8. Johnson with a pump fake, pumps again, throws incomplete. They had Keyshawn underneath, but Bobby Taylor was with him stride for stride.
And that's gotten a little personal because Keyshawn Johnson in an article talked about the secondary of the Philadelphia Eagles, and he basically said, hey, they're really good. He said if they do have a weak link, it could be Bobby Taylor. And I can tell you, Bobby Taylor has played not like any weak link. He is not the weakest link.
Royals to kick to Mitchell. The Eagles winning the battle of field position, as well as the one on the scoreboard. And that'll be down by the Bucks. Mitchell never had a chance to get his hands on it. 45-yard kick, and Dwight Smith downfield with an excellent play on special teams. The Eagles defense carrying the day so far. Alstott, Dunn, and Johnson have been held to 3 field goals.
Eyes of a puppy dog, lips made for sin. You're not dreaming, I'm for real. We got a call.
Hello.
Louis?
Yeah?
Louis?
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly Southwest Airlines for just $39 to $99 each way when you purchase by January 28th.
You are now free to move about the country.
You think you're so big, but you're not that big. You're not even that tall. What, 9,000 feet? You probably got pushed around by the other mountains on the playground when you were in mountain school. After today, you're gonna want to run home to your mama with a little hill somewhere, and your daddy a pile of rocks. What's that I hear? Are you afraid?
Whatever it takes for the athletes to win, all it takes for you is Visa, the only card accepted at the Olympic Winter Games.
Sir, I pulled you over for driving in the carpool lane without a second passenger.
Oh, nice detective work, Sherlock.
What did you say? What? Nothing. I'm just gonna let you up for the warning this time. All right.
I got your warning right here.
Woody! I got your ticket right here.
Dodge Stratus, with available 200 horsepower and race-inspired handling, you'll try anything to keep moving. Grab Dodge's 7/100 powertrain pledge. Ford, GM, and Toyota don't have it.
This telecast is copyrighted by the NFL for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this telecast or of any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the NFL's consent is prohibited.
Philadelphia, the birthplace of the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 1776. The Constitutional Convention took place in 1787, where they wrote the U.S. Constitution, also known as the City of Brotherly Love, unless there's a football game or a hockey game or a baseball game or an Easter egg hunt.
The Rangers found out today that the Flyers are not very hospitable.
It gets a little nasty when there's competition. McNabb straight back, takes off. Now throws in just off the fingertips of Thrash.
There's a name we haven't even mentioned tonight. Thrash.
Joe, I actually think Donovan McNabb is more dangerous as a runner outside the pocket than he is a passer. His percentage outside the pocket isn't very good.
I agree, but what happens when you get outside the pocket, for him, it's like throwing deep balls. You look at teams that throw 6 deep balls. If they only hit 2, that's fine. So the percentage isn't very high. But out of the pocket, he's got just as many touchdowns as he has in the pocket.
Straight back to throw. Dumps this one to Buckhalter. Buckhalter fights his way to the 48. Let's go to Susie. She has a special guest.
Well, Mike, just across the street today, an NHL battle of the top 2 teams in the Atlantic Division. Jeremy Roenick, center for the Flyers on the winning end, 4-2 over the Rangers. So did Eric Lindros make it through the game?
It was unbelievable. I am emotionally, physically, and now I can't even hear myself talking here. It's been an exciting game, an exciting day in Philadelphia, and it was a big return for Eric Lindros, and the fans really showed what they thought of him today. It was good and bad all the way around.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Right.
You two went across the street looking for the doubleheader here in Philly.
Thanks, Susie.
Thrash on the toss on 3rd and 2. He needed to reach midfield and maybe just shy, watching the official across the way.
See, I love that call by Andy Reid. And the reason why is there are key players that you have to keep involved in the game. And we saw Keyshawn Johnson go through the whole first half, hardly touch the ball. Guys have a tendency to fall asleep. In this case, you put James Thrash in the backfield, and he's a threat to come out of there and catch the football, but also an excellent runner. So you find ways for your stars to get their hands on the ball.
I would throw if this isn't a first down, I would throw the flag out there and have him mark this ball again, because Thrash was across the 50-yard line, and this ball is not even near it.
Did he make it? There you go. Second chance, Paul.
No. Yes, he did. But I'm telling you, if you look at that play...
covered them all there, didn't you?
But if you look at the play where the ball is, I know it's where your knees are down where the ball is, but Thrash was actually across the 50. It makes no difference now.
But I like that. You answered yourself.
Yeah.
Yes, no, maybe.
Do you think they made it? Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
absolutely. Well, no, not really.
No.
It is a first down.
Staley and Martin are the backs. McNabb to a wide open Thrash to the 29.
You know what? It's not amazing, but a little bit when you think about it, what play action does to Tampa Bay. When Donovan McNabb runs a play action pass, that defensive line is almost frozen. Look at the guys in white. They're right at the line of scrimmage. Look at the time McNabb has to throw the ball to Thrash. When the perfect throw.
And also what it does, when you run play action, it does not allow the linebackers to get out underneath any outside routes. So Thrash has the opportunity to work against Kelly just one-on-one.
Donovan McNabb has thrown for 166 yards and 2 scores in this game. Comes out firing here. Thrash, who had a breakout year with the Redskins last year and came over as a free agent. He has really made a difference, hasn't he, Susie?
Oh, he certainly has. 833 receiving yards. The only other player who switched teams as a free agent in the offseason to have that many receiving yards, Jerry Rice. He never expected to have this kind of an impact here with the Eagles. As soon as he showed up, though, Andy Reid said, "You are our starter." John Lynch, who roomed with Brad Johnson on the road, said Johnson thinks so highly of him. He lobbied to have him on Tampa Bay. You cannot underestimate him and his big play potential.
We would love to have him and his speed. Here's Buckhalter. Straight up the middle. Buckhalter, touchdown!
A 25-yard touchdown run by Buckhalter.
And the Eagles, who did not score a rushing touchdown in their last 8 games of the regular season, get one when it matters most.
Good, solid running. That's what you get out of a Nebraska back. Break a tackle. Get into the end zone.
Well, the other thing, too, as we talked about earlier, the only place to run, if you're going to run, is between the tackles. Warren Sapp is spent. Warren Sapp is so disappointed because they've been playing pretty well up until that run.
Warren Sapp said in the preseason, if I don't get a championship out of this one, I'll quit and go home. He said he was still alive as of last week, But right now, the Bucks are in a huge hole, down 24-9.
Grab Dodge's 7-100 powertrain pledge. Ford, GM, and Toyota don't have it.
The Wolf has been linked to more than a dozen bombings in the last decade.
Talk to him. You cannot take the law into your own hands.
Thanks for your advice.
From the jungles of Colombia.
What do you think of this place?
To the streets of Washington. No one can stop a killer except the man who knows his face. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Collateral Damage. Rated R. Starts February 8th at a theater near you.
2 hours of hard riding, and I was hurting. My legs, my back, it even hurt to pedal downhill. So I took control with Advil. Nothing, not Tylenol, not Aleve. Nothing's proven stronger or last longer than Advil. Hey, the pain was strong, but Advil's stronger.
You have the strength to get rid of pain. Take control. Take Advil.
And now, the ABC refresher course, Learning on the Job.
Have you taken a bribe?
Well, we all take bribes. We're a lot like waiters. We get a lot of our income from our tips. You call them bribes, I call them tips. I think tips sounds better.
Yeah, you guessed it, kids. The Job is back, and viewer discretion is advised. The Job, Wednesday, 9:30, 8:30 Central on ABC.
It took the Eagles only 2:30 to go 60 yards for the touchdown. Buckhalter got it on a 25-yard run. The Eagles have some breathing room, and the Bucks are in a terrible situation, down 24-9. Frank Murphy, deep to return for Tampa Bay. Turns the corner. Akers the kicker. Throws a body block and takes him down at the 41. And then Wolf's at him.
Hey, you're a Pro Bowler, why not?
Little emotion from the kickers.
Bold, powerful, and a great way to get to work. Dodge. Grab Dodge's 7-100 powertrain pledge. Ford, GM, and Toyota don't have it.
Bill, I need to talk to you.
What is it, you and Karen break up?
No, that's not it.
Then what?
You remember how we decided that we'd have more money to buy Bud Light if we got a third roommate?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if I can take her anymore.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down.
Charge.
Make it a Bud Light.
ABC's Wild Card Saturday is brought to you by Bud Light, for the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down. Make it a Bud Light. Computer Associates, the software that manages e-business. Dodge, you can take life as it comes, or you can grab life by the horns. Dodge. And by Southwest Airlines, proud sponsor of the NFL, an official airline of Super Bowl 36. The Liberty Bell is Philadelphia's top tourist attraction. The Eagles may be second. Alstott out in the flat from Johnson to the 47.
I'm going to take you back to the old TD here. What happens, very simple. That's Singleton, the linebacker. They're going to run a reverse. He's going to get caught outside, and you're going to see Buckhalter go right up inside, and John Lynch will not get over to make the tackle. He's fooled by the reverse. There goes Buckhalter up inside. Here's the hard running. Fights his way into the end zone.
It's a well-designed play.
Tampa Bay doesn't seem to have any.
If they haven't shown them to us yet. Johnson short set, and this is a completion to Milton Wynn, who had 4 catches a week ago in that meaningless first meeting. It's all up to Brad Johnson now, Joe.
It is. Actually, you'd say that, but the truth of the matter is it's going to be up to his offensive line, because they're the ones that are going to have to create the throwing lanes to give him the opportunities. Brad's capable of doing it, but will they be able to protect him against this pressure defense?
Done. Only about a yard. Mike Caldwell hustling to make the tackle. The other thing about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is they don't have anyone really to complement Keyshawn Johnson. They still don't have anyone who can stretch the field that's reliable for them.
I think that they're very limited in the passing game, and that's the problem. They have no one. If the Eagles decide to press the wide receivers outside with Jacquez Green or Milton Wynn or Riddell Anthony, they are not physical enough to get away. He is the only guy that can do that.
Blitz coming. They pick it up, and Johnson dumps it to Warrick Dunn, who dropped it. The way this team has been built, defense and rushing, the pass offense has always been very low in the league. Look at 2001, though. Brad Johnson's addition gets them to the middle of the pack, and really they felt that's all they needed to win.
But that's Brad Johnson's addition. It's not the addition of anyone else. I mean, Keyshawn is here and he catches 106 passes, but only 1 touchdown.
One thing to remember, guys, they've had 3 different offensive coordinators in the last 3 years. No continuity on offense at all.
3rd and 9, another blitz coming. Jacquez Green, a strike from Brad Johnson, who hung in against the blitz, and Green has his first catch of the night.
The first thing that the players of Philadelphia told us about Brad Johnson, the one thing about him is he'll stand in there and he'll take a lick. He'll stay. He didn't get hit here, but he'll stay as long as he possibly has to before he throws the football to make sure that he gets a completion.
Green, only 5'10", 175 pounds.
If they're going to get back in the game, it's plays like that that the Bucs are going to have to make.
Johnson again goes deep this time. Intercepted. Troy Vincent.
Oh, man. I'm going to tell you what Troy Vincent does is he traps Brad Johnson. He comes up and makes it look like he's coming short to let Jacquez Green get by him, and then Troy Vincent closes. Well, I mean, take a look at this timing. It's absolutely perfect.
Troy Vincent told us yesterday, the only way you can make plays in one-on-one coverage is keeping an eye on the quarterback. That time he did it all the way down the field, and look at him follow the ball in. That's where the receiver's supposed to be, on the outside.
Troy Vincent, who will be going to his 3rd straight Pro Bowl with 37 career interceptions in the regular season. That one was huge.
Brad Johnson actually threw a very good pass. Troy Vincent had perfect position.
Buckhalter, the running back. McNabb dumps it off to Buckhalter, and he is pummeled at the 24-yard line by Derek Brooks.
Through the course of the year, there are a couple of things that we've seen Donovan McNabb improve in my estimations. He's able to go out and now keep his feet on the ground. He has a tendency sometimes when he makes throws like that to get up on his toes, and we see the ball go into the ground. He keeps him a lot more flat. He's a lot more level when he releases the football, and he's become a much better pocket passer because of it.
Deuce Staley back in the ball game. short set. They throw to Pinkston, and Pinkston should have a first down before he's driven out by Brian Kelly.
You know what you really, you know, when you think about it, they've only had Philadelphia a few good running plays, and they've been inside and not outside. Yeah, so what do they do so very well? Throw the short pass. Why not? It's open. Donovan McNabb is right on target this evening, so just go ahead and let him throw the short stuff. It's like a run play.
You see the frustration on the faces of the Bucs.
And you just get the feeling if their defense doesn't come up with a big play, maybe even a score, they'll be going home very unhappy. John Lynch with the big hit, but not until Deuce Staley picks up 9.
Well, Jamie Reeder is the fullback in his formation, and he makes an excellent block on the outside. But this is where you have to run the football if you're going to have any success at all against the Tampa Bay team and against Philly if you're going to run. You've got to run the ball between the tackles.
2:44 and counting, third quarter. Buckhalter will come back in along with Reeder. Buckhalter with the carry. Lynch makes the tackle, but it's another first down. Check in with Susie.
Well, Mike, in big games like the one against the Eagles, the Giants a couple weeks ago, when Donovan had to lean his team back, he talked about the confidence you get from that when you finally reach the end zone, it's like a breath of fresh air. And when a quarterback stands in the pocket and takes hits like he did in that game, there is nothing your receivers in the line won't do for you. He has been such a great leader of this team. In that game, he looked in their eyes and said, let's go, and he's doing it again.
They've always said from day one he's always been very calm in the huddle. Pinkston on a little hitch, and they won't get anything out of that. 1:46 to go, third quarter, and down 24-9. You have to start wondering now about the future of Tony Dungy with Tampa Bay. If the press reports out of West Florida are correct, if he loses today, it is a done deal.
Well, if that's the case, it will have been his offenses over the last 3 years that will have betrayed him, and he's tried very hard to find the right combination. Clyde Christensen has been with him all the years he's been in Tampa Bay. He's in charge of it now. But Andy Reid on the other side is doing a great job calling plays for the Eagles.
Press! Couldn't hold it. Donnie Abraham got up. He may have distracted him, but there's a flag down at the Tampa Bay 40. And it will go against the Bucs.
Number 21, 5-yard penalty, automatic first down.
And it is on Abraham, and it's an automatic first down.
Number 21 is Donnie Abraham. Watch it. Here's the grab right there, and you can't do that.
I almost could have called him for a face mask there, I think. Oh, James Thrash really has a clear shot at the ball, just doesn't focus on it enough.
I'll tell you, you're talking about Tony Dungy. I know one thing. I feel in my heart anyway. If something happens and they get rid of this guy,
it won't be long.
If it's tomorrow, by what, Monday, he'll have a job as a head coach.
I would sure hope so. He's a credit to this league. First down, Eagles. Staley nailed in the backfield. We asked Coach Dungy if the swirl of rumors about his job security have affected him or his team.
Well, you can if you let yourself, but I think our players and our staff and organization has chosen not to do that. It's kind of a soap opera and probably entertaining to some people, but we've been focused on the Eagles, and our deal is to get in the playoffs and win and see if we can win a Super Bowl.
The silence of the Glazer family has been deafening. McNabb underneath for a couple. When your job is rumored to be in the balance repeatedly and the owners don't say a single word.
But what
pretty much tells you.
But what are they going to say? Are they going to come out and give them a vote of confidence if they're thinking about making a change? I mean, it's, you know, it's not fair either way, but they certainly can't say something unless they say, okay, absolutely, he's going to be back. And I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, but they should say, we will address this thing, but they haven't even said that.
No comment, I think was the...
No comment means no comment.
In the city of brotherly love, the Eagles have shown no affection for the Bucs. They've dominated for 3 quarters. NFC Wildcard Saturday continues after this from your ABC station.
This is where you lay it all on the line.
NFL Wildcard Saturday continues. The Jets travel to the Black Hole to battle the Raiders. It's do or die in the AFC Wildcard game. Next on ABC.
There is no more next week.
Don't run away from your sports gambling problems. Face them while you still have a future. If you think you or someone you know has a problem, call the Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117. The call is confidential.
$20,000 for a new car? Ouch! Hey, if your car runs good, looks bad, paint it. That's right, paint it and save at Maaco. Why? There's no better time. The Maaco Supreme sale is on. Maaco Supreme at half price. Now only $199. With our Maaco Supreme finish, you get our most popular service. A deep, durable, high-gloss finish backed by Maaco centers coast to coast. And now it's half price. $199.
It's a limited time offer. For the center nearest you, call 1-888-MAACO-USA.
Check it out. My first paycheck.
So where are you taking us for dinner?
Dinner?
Where can you get a lot for not a lot?
How about McDonald's?
That'll work.
Well, here's something you can't miss. Grab 2 delicious Quarter Pounder with Cheese sandwiches for just $2. Or get a Quarter Pounder with Cheese extra value meal with medium fries and a medium drink for only $2.99. Wow, it's at McDonald's for a limited time, so hurry.
Thanks for dinner.
Now, let's talk rent.
13 News, part of your morning wake-up routine, starting at 5:30.
Scoring a touchdown, tying an NFL postseason record set by the 49ers back in the mid-'80s. And if they don't turn it around in a hurry, they're dumped out of the playoffs again.
Oh, they have a lot of bad records.
Yeah, they do. They have a lot of good records, too.
Well, Keyshawn Johnson owns one of the good records.
Blitz coming. McNabb hit as he throws, nearly picked off as it bounces to the turf. Rondé Barber, who had 10 picks this year to tie for the NFL lead, came flying in on the blitz.
Well, he's a corner, remember, Rondé Barber is, and there's not enough people to block him, and he goes right where he needs to go, right at Donovan McNabb's arm.
Defensively, that's the first time we've mentioned Rondé Barber's name, and John Lynch has been very quiet as well.
Landetta to punt to Carl Williams. Sean tied for 7th in the NFL this year. 43.5 yards a kick. The ageless punter. And a beauty here. But it takes the big bounce and goes into the end zone. It will come out to the 20. Let's go down to Susie. Susie, you had a chance to talk to Malcolm Glazer, didn't you?
Mike, it was a brief conversation. I approached Malcolm Glazer and asked him about the situation. He said he needed to consult with his sons before deciding whether we could even chat about it. Of course, I asked him if we could talk a bit on camera during the game, and he declined. They declined to discuss the situation at all, and I said, of course, we have to discuss it, but they did not want to talk about it at this time. As I said in the pregame, I mean, the players take that as an insult, the silence, as you mentioned as well.
Well, one thing people have to remember, before the Glazers came in and bought the team, before Tony Dungy, this was a ridiculous excuse for an NFL football team. Year in and year out, they were pummeled by everybody they played. Tony Dungy has turned it around.
He has, but here's the problem. He's gotten them to the same level consistently, and they want more. Problem is, personnel doesn't allow them to do that.
Right.
They're very similar in addressing the problems that we've seen on some teams. You get loaded on offense, or defense, and the other part gets ignored. The classic case of that are the Indianapolis Colts. Their offense is great, their defense is a problem. Jim Mora paid the price.
That's where you may see that guy in Indianapolis. And the Bucs have had the ball 3 times this half. 2 interceptions and 1 3 and out.
Well, wherever he ends up, that team's going to be very grateful. Before Tony Dungy, 20 years, 1 10-win season in 2 decades. Since, they've had 3. And his winning percentage, 56.3 as opposed to 30.7. But it all rests in the heart of the owner.
That's right. And nothing we will say will do anything about it. I think what happens if in order for him to keep his job, honestly, I thought about this very hard. I think the Bucs, had to win the Super Bowl. Not just play in it and get there. They had to win it.
Well, back to this game where we are in this situation is, truthfully, the Bucs aren't out of this if they can start putting the ball down the field. But they can't just be, as you referred to it, Paul, dink and duck throws. They've got to get they're going to have to get 15 yards, 18 yards, take some shots down the field. Even if you got one picked off, so what? You still have to keep trying.
14:47 to go. Alstott and Dunn in there together. Dunn to the 23. Really, the Bucs are within 2 touchdowns if you factor in the possibility of a 2-point conversion.
And I think the Bucs, even though there's 14 minutes left and it's the beginning of the 4th quarter, you still have to move in and out of the huddle. You don't need to go to a no-huddle offense, but you've got to conserve as much time as you can, getting plays in. Let me tell you, it's not going to be very complicated right now, guys.
Go deep and get open.
Blitz coming. Johnson avoids it, gets it to Dunn. Warwick Dunn, first down and out of bounds. There is a flag down back at the 15-yard line as Johnson was running for his life, and it is against the Bucs.
The Eagles bring pressure up the middle.
Holding, offense, number 71. 10-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
They bring pressure.
The right tackle.
They bring pressure up the middle. You see the pressure now. Number 71, Jerry Wunsch winds up grabbing Corey Simon, number 90, and there's your flag. Now, Brad Johnson can move a lot better than people give him credit for.
Yes,
He's not going to run like Donovan McNabb for 30 or 40 yards, but he can move around outside the pocket quite well.
He was an excellent basketball player, went to Florida State to play both football and basketball, so obviously an excellent athlete. Draw play to Dunn. Spins away from a couple of tackles up to the 17.
I'll tell you, Jeremiah Trotter is about as close as you're going to get to being offside. And when you step in that neutral zone like that, if one of the linemen would move, it would be him drawing him offside. Look at 54 Trotter. He is up in the neutral zone. All you have to do is step out as an offensive lineman. You'll get a 5-yard penalty.
All the linebackers, Trotter from Stephen F. Austin, Emmons from Arkansas State, Caldwell from Middle Tennessee State. Great job of scouting to pluck those guys out of small schools. Double pump, Jaquez Green at the sideline, out of bounds.
Brian Dawkins does a nice job this time of using the sidelines to his advantage. Just continue to run Jaquez Green towards the sidelines, make Brad Johnson throw the ball outside. Look at the angle he takes. Now, as a wide receiver, you've got to do everything you can to try and hold the line and give the quarterback a chance to put the football there.
He caught that ball like it was in practice and not in the playoff game. Very unaware of where he was. Royal to Mitchell. Gets a good bounce for Tampa Bay. And down at the 35. 48-yard kick with the roll. It's 24-9. Is this the last call for Tony Dungy?
Intruder in Sector 12. Intruder in Sector 12.
Hey!
security software protect your whole business?
Sector 12 now secure.
Not just pieces. Ours can. eTrust Security Software from Computer Associates.
On February 8th,
Mr. Wolf is about to go into a meeting.
yes, get ready.
Color dye? You really think it's gonna work?
To get even. Big Fat Liar, rated PG.
Of the 441 tax law changes, one could affect how much you pay. Is it on page 17 or 17,000? No one understands the changes better than H&R Block. If you're not satisfied, you don't pay.
Playoffs are all about emotion.
I can't even explain it. There'll be a lot of wide eyes out there. I'll be one of those guys.
I can't describe it. You're going to have to see it and feel it yourself to believe it.
You know, you can't relax. I'm anxious. I can't sit still. Just got all these things running through your head.
You just try to soak everything in.
You might have some butterflies, goosebumps everywhere.
That's a good feeling. That's something to build on. It's playoff time.
Just relax.
Get comfortable.
What are you getting so upset about?
Are you afraid of the chair? Just answer the question.
The Chair series premiere this Tuesday at 8/7 Central on ABC.
Saturday, February 9th, ABC will wrap up our NFL season with the AFC-NFC Pro Bowl. You'll see the league's top players live from Aloha Stadium in Honolulu. February 9th, 4:30 Eastern, 1:30 Pacific on ABC. The Eagles would love to go to work on the clock right now with Buckhalter and Reeder. The backs behind Donovan McNabb. Buckhalter breaks the tackle, picks up 9.
I tell you, when you get your running game going up the middle, there's really one guy. The offensive line is great, but there's one guy that really opens that first hole for you, and that's the fullback. And when a fullback gets a shot on either a safety or a linebacker and opens that hole, that enables the running back to just break it off and get him some room. Watch Reeder, number 34, on Quarles. Bam! He hits him with his right shoulder, turns him out of the hole, and here he comes, Buckhalter up the middle.
First half, the Eagle running backs averaged only 3 yards a carry. This half, 6.2. McNabb pumps, hit from behind, loose ball, the Eagles have it. Simeon Rice with the swat, came from behind and hit him, knocked the ball loose, but the Eagles get it back. And they get a first down out of the recovery.
They wind up with a first down. Now, as Donovan is running, I'm not sure whether this ball is like underhand thrown. Simeon does a nice job, and you can see him sort of flick it forward, but I think Simeon knocks it out. Watch this. Here comes the shot. There it is, just squeezes right out of his hand. Good call by the officials. Simeon just beat Trey inside.
It's a good thing it wasn't fumble because they get a first down.
I know.
It puts an incomplete pass.
How's that for a break? You get the sack, the fumble, not only is it not recovered or run back for a touchdown, you get a first down out of it. Staley gets a couple. Rice, again, who has been very active today, makes another stop.
Simeon said he wanted to use this game as a forum to serve notice that he's a pretty darn good football player, and he is. And this is what he's done. He's done a terrific job stopping the run. And that front four is a very formidable group. Steve White, actually 5 when Steve White and Marcus Jones split. McFarland, Sapp, and Rice. 6 tackles, 2 sacks, 1 forced fumble. He's done his part.
2nd and 9 for the Eagles. Buckhalter knocked down by Brooks. He'll lose a couple.
All Philadelphia is doing, they just got the clock moving. They're not even throwing the little dump passes anymore. They're just running the ball up the middle of the field. They got the clock on. They're inside 10:30. And punt now, and you put them back deep in their territory again. And the offense of Tampa hasn't done a thing.
Right. You know, you continue at midfield. You can play this if you're the Eagles. You're burning 40 seconds off the clock every time. You keep an eye on the 40-second clock. Donovan McNabb's got it right in front of him. He'll snap it with about 5 or 6 seconds to go.
And they've already beaten the season average on the ground. McNabb throws to Pinkston. He was touched shy, it appears, of a first down.
He's going to be 1.5 yards shy, and they're going to punt the ball.
But they worked a couple of minutes off the clock. They've established field position again. And at this point, the clock is their biggest friend.
That guy right there, Andy Reid, I mean, is he funny?
Oh, he's wonderful.
The guy is, I mean, he's an excellent coach, but he's funny, and he knows the personality of his football team, and he lets them play.
Well, one of the keys, he said, in this game was going to be controlling Sapp and Rice in the pass game. That's exactly what they've done.
Andy Reid came in, went 5-11 the first year he took over the franchise, then 11-5 and 11-5. Carl Williams doesn't take the fair catch route and is buried by Buckhalter. The Bucks have 9:19 to go. They need at least 2 touchdowns. With the vet in Philadelphia back after this.
Now, I know you're engaged, but in our house, it's our rules. Good night.
Well, good night, sir.
Good night, Daddy.
Why settle for an ordinary beer when you can have the smooth, satisfying taste of Michelob Light?
Scoot over. Here.
Such a nice boy.
So what'll it be? Beer or Michelob Light?
I love the way you've decorated in here.
Want to get away? Now you can. Fly Southwest Airlines for just $39 to $99 each way when you purchase by January 28th.
You are now free to move about the country.
You've made us America's #1 choice in cars and trucks for 15 straight years. We've been together through thick and thin, at work and at play. Thanks, America.
There's no place like home. There's no place like home. Somebody help me!
Rose Red, Sunday, January 27th on ABC.
ABC's Wild Card Saturday is brought to you by Ford Thunderbird. Let the stories begin. Visa, it's everywhere NFL fans want to be. FedEx, Ground, International, Online, or Express. Don't worry, there's FedEx for that. And the New York Stock Exchange. The world puts its stock in us. In Greek, the word Philadelphia means brotherly love.
Really? Hey, that's good. You, Mike?
For all you Greek scholars. Draw play, Warrick Dunn. Hasn't had much room to operate today. Dives forward to the 25, gain of about 9. Damon Moore with a tackle.
Well, you know, there's a lot of guys on this defense have done well for Philadelphia, but Jeremiah Trotter, number 54, watch the concentration. Watch him being in the right place. First of all, they try to go wide with Warrick Dunn. He's there. Now, watch the cutback. He sees it, it cuts back. Trotter, 54, is there. Now, in the next one, he was on a pass rush and forced the interception.
Dunn underneath as the Bucks go with a hurry-up. Dunn, that ball came loose after it hit the ground.
See,
It'll be a first down.
Warrick Dunn really hasn't been himself since the first game. When he hurt his toe, actually behind the toe, he just can't push off on his right foot. Anything going right, he has no power. He's lost that power to be able to cut. And his strength is in his ability to make people miss in quick cuts.
And his contract is up this year. Warrick said last week he hopes he can be back. Allstott was guarded by Caldwell. Carlos Emmons applying the pressure.
Well, you know, if you're going to throw the football, you better keep people in there to protect your quarterback. Because Brad Johnson that time almost got killed.
In truth, when you look at the secondary, the Eagles, Al Harris, Bobby Taylor, and Troy Vincent, Tampa Bay's wide receivers don't match up. They can't beat them. Keyshawn Johnson could work inside on some of them, but basically he's by himself.
Another blitz coming. Johnson runs away from the pressure, throws to Keyshawn. Al Harris with the tackle at the 40. Brad Johnson was hit so often this year and so hard. He said one game he felt literally took a year off his career. He was pummeled.
Well, when you're running for your life all night long, that's Darwin Walker that's chasing him around there. But there's always somebody seems to be free and in his face.
That's the way Jim Johnson draws up the defenses.
Johnson down the middle, and this one is caught by Carl Williams.
When your receiver like Keyshawn Johnson has 106 catches, and the next guy has 36.
Tells you something, doesn't it?
That's not good for an offense. I wouldn't call that balanced in any way.
Bucks trying to hurry up. They need 2 touchdowns. Green inside the Eagle 40.
They will give you all of these.
7-12 and counting. Mike Patrick, Joe Theismann, Paul McGuire, Susie Culver, our entire ESPN crew, the number, or ABC crew, the numbers on Brad Johnson. 10 out of 13 in the first half. Trying to get hot here in the second half after a couple of interceptions. And Grass Manis jumps across. Was he drawn off?
Brad Johnson, Joe, seems to be having taken more time just getting his guys lined up to where they're supposed to be.
That's one of the things in a 2-minute offense that I always try to do is keep the receivers on the same side so you don't waste time moving them.
Neutral zone infraction, 96 defense. Who moved into the neutral zone, causing the offense to false start. 5-yard penalty.
Now, to save some time, all right, you got the clock stopped. To save some time, if I were Tampa Bay, if they don't give them the first down, I'd have them measure it. That'll take, give them some rest in the huddle. I'd make them measure this.
Well, I would too. I totally agree with you, Paul. You can request it when it's this close.
It would stop the clock.
Blitz coming. Dunn can't get there.
I'll tell you, Bobby Taylor was on the blitz as a corner, and what he did, he distracted Brad Johnson just enough because he hit him in the back. He didn't deflect the pass or anything or catch his arm, but he let him know. Watch this, right there, he hits him in the back, and the ball goes right.
And I just don't think that you can run basically one receiver routes with Warrick Dunn as the one guy going downfield against this defense.
3rd and inches, they get the first down. But the Bucks are burning an awful lot of time on this drive.
You know, when you've got to really admire this defense of Philadelphia. They just send people. They don't care. They're coming.
Now, you've got Mike Alstott in the game as well, and it's got to be in from a protection standpoint. Just can't imagine him being the pass receiver going out and making plays.
Another sellout blitz, and Keyshawn was double-teamed. Brad Johnson throws it away. Let's go down to Susie.
There is little doubt that the Eagles are thinking of going all the way. Spending some time with Hugh Douglas this week, he said there is a sense of urgency. He admits last year when they reached the playoffs, it was like, oh, wow. Donovan even used the word overwhelmed. This year, the reaction is get it done. They're on the threshold of something great. Seize that opportunity because you never know, and that opportunity is going to come again.
And Susie, if they hang on to this lead, they would go to Soldier Field to play the Bears. Blitz again. And Hawkins, or Harris and Dawkins are both there to break it up.
Harris and Dawkins make a Hawkins. I thought that was very perceptive, Mike.
And
Put both of them together, yeah. Ooh. Unfortunately, it's a headache. There it is for Carl Williams, winds up in the middle of that sandwich.
3rd and 10. Obviously 4-down territory for Tampa Bay. No blitz this time. 4-man rush. Down out in the flat. Flag is down.
They got a hold Philadelphia.
Illegal hands to the face. Defense number 31.
You're looking at the face. You're looking at the face of Hugh Douglas, and I'll tell you what, he gets there just a little bit late, but he unloads on Brad Johnson. Watch 53. The end of this. Bang!
Right in the chop.
He said he's going to hit him right in the mouth.
Oh boy, and he has taken Kenyatta Walker to school. That time he just pushed him out of the way and went inside. Young man's going to be a good tackler, and he's getting himself a real lesson in this game from one of the best pass rushers in the business.
They had him rated as the #2 pick in the entire draft behind Michael Vick.
This is a learning experience.
Unfortunately, it's a learning experience for Brad Johnson. Learning how to take hits in the mouth.
Automatic first down after the penalty. Johnson flushed again. And intercepted by Dawkins. Brian Dawkins at the sideline.
You were upset with Jacques Green running a play and not staying in bounds. Dawkins is a defensive guy. Intercepts and shows you how to stay in bounds.
Now will Tampa Bay.
Therefore, the catch is good for the interception. First down, Philadelphia.
And they will not be able to challenge that if it's ruled he was pushed out of bounds. And Dawkins has every right to celebrate. A guy who is one of the best safeties in the National Football League makes the play that could seal his team's fate to go on.
Once, when you gave someone your business, you got something in return. Service, respect, and a sense that you were valued. At Siebel, we make application software that lets you make customers feel cared for again. A lot of companies use our technology, companies you know and like. It can work for your company too. Siebel, good service is good business.
Need a lift?
Ford Thunderbird. Let the stories begin.
First down for Miami at the 46-yard line. Fielder, and he's going for 6 into the end zone. Wide open, touchdown Miami.
No matter who your favorite team is, NFL Shop is the biggest selection of authentic NFL gear from all 32 teams. Call 1-877-NFL-SHOP for your free team catalog.
A chance to be on the U.S. Olympic team is on the line. Michelle Kwan, Sarah Hughes, Angela Nikodinov. The State Farm U.S. Figure Skating Championships Ladies Final Sunday on ABC.
The disappointment written on Brad Johnson's face with another interception that gives the ball back to the Philadelphia Eagles. They're already up 24-9. And only 5:21 to go in this game. Andy Reid, after going 5-11, posts back-to-back 11-5 seasons, back-to-back playoffs. The first outright NFC East championship for the Eagles ever.
He talked about last week's game, and the players did too. Going 11-5 was big for this football team. One of the concerns for both of the coaches was the momentum factor. Tampa Bay had played very well going into last week's games. Certainly the Eagles did a terrific job winning the division.
Tony Dungy is on the field, and he calls Larry Nemmers over.
Tampa Bay is going to challenge that the defender did not hold on to the ball after he was forced out. By rule, the defender must hold on to the ball and control it when he's forced out to complete the reception or the interception.
You know what? That is really good thinking on the Bucs coaching staff part. They can't contest the pushed out of bounds ruling, but they could contest this.
But does he have control when he gets out of bounds? Now, when he hits the ground, does the ball come out?
No.
Does he have control?
Does he have control?
But it's worth a challenge.
It is.
I mean, you're looking for something right here. There he is. He's down, been pushed out, so it's ruled an interception. Still has possession of the ball.
The ball never hits the ground ever. Ever. Watch it. I mean, the ball is always in his hands.
One last reminder, there must be irrefutable evidence.
I don't think the ball's hit the ground yet. He took it with him to the bench.
Yep. Now it's in a box. It'll never hit the ground.
Irrefutable, huh?
Irrefutable.
Can you spell it?
I-R-futable.
God damn, boy. Another Notre Dame grad.
Andy Reid on the right, Monty Kiffin, Tony Dungy.
If they lose this challenge, and it appears rather obvious that they will lose a timeout. But this is a stage of the game where it has to be desperate for the Bucs. They're grasping at straws right now.
You know what's amazing, though? It's when you get into playoff mode and the people here, no one's left the stadium. Nobody left. Warren's telling Donovan,
I'll see you down the road. Lots of luck in Chicago. Are you kidding me? Warren is so animated when he talks to you.
After reviewing the play, the defender did catch the ball, was forced out, and kept a hold of the ball all during the catch. Therefore, the ruling on the field stands. The interception was good. Tampa Bay is charged with a timeout, their first team timeout.
Well, certainly if you're on the Bucs sideline, you have to figure it was worth a shot, but it ends up costing them the timeout. In the playoffs, if you have a +2 turnover advantage, you win 81% of the time. Right now, the Philadelphia Eagles have a +2 turnover margin.
I think they got a chance at winning that.
I think they do, too.
Going out on one of my little limbs.
Well, I'll tell you what, you tread out there lightly, too, Paul.
Boy, right up the middle and delivering a blow. Deuce Staley. And look at John Lynch. Lynch is the first guy who's going to congratulate you for a big hit, and he helps Staley up.
The one thing that'll break a back of a defense is when you can run straight at them. Now, we know Tampa Bay has got a great defensive football team. They've had all year, and especially the last half. But what Philadelphia has done in this ball game is they've taken that ball and they've run it down their throat.
And remember, the Eagles have not played well at home this year, only 4-4. They've been road warriors, 7-1 away from home. Staley this time hit in the backfield. Let's check in with Susie Colbert.
Well, a little earlier, you guys were talking about Andy Reid's success. Just 3 years ago, 13 losses, one of the worst teams in the NFL. But a lot of the guys on that team have endured. They're on this team tonight, more than half the current starters. And how about this one? In 1998, Ray Rhodes told Jeremiah Trotter he was the most disappointing rookie on that 3-13 team. Now, consecutive Pro Bowl bursts maybe make him feel a little bit better.
Oh, absolutely, Susie. Led this team in tackles since he became the starting middle linebacker. Third down. Eagles playing it nice and smart and conservative. Just run and work on the clock. 3:49 to go.
Paul, you also talked about the way that hurt a team is run right at them. The Tampa Bay defensive front four in the last couple of games has really controlled the line of scrimmage. They brought a lot of pressure. If you can get pressure out of your front four, that means that you can play zones behind it. And today they weren't able to do that, so they couldn't play zones. They started bringing people up. You get Donovan McNabb out of the pocket, and big plays are results.
Former teammates, Rice and McNabb.
What do you think, Paul? This is your specialty, right?
He didn't make it.
Okay.
Let me go 0 for 8. He didn't make it. There's a finger in there.
Look at Donovan. I'm sorry, but it looks good to me. I think he did.
He didn't make it, man. Hey, he's These eyes never fail me.
I agree. Right there.
Except twice tonight. What a great guess.
Now, if you're Tampa Bay, special teams means everything. You go for a punt block.
I don't think so. I don't think you go for a punt block, because if you rough them, then the game's over. Not that it isn't at this point, but you still want to try and conserve as much time as you can, put a return on, maybe get some field position.
I'll tell you what, watch how fast Sean Landeta gets this ball out of here. You got an experienced guy back there, and he knows the most important thing he's got to do is touch it, kick it.
Doesn't matter where it goes,
no,
just get it.
No, just get it out as fast as you can.
Landeta in his 17th NFL season, his 20th as a pro. Carl Williams waits at his own 48.
Just waiting for the clock to run down, using as much clock as they can.
Bang.
And a beautiful kick as well. Williams trying to get to the outside. Can't turn the corner. A loss of 2 on the return after a 46-yard beauty. Donovan McNabb has killed the Buccaneers 2 years in a row in the playoffs.
One of the coolest things about Rocky was how he did his training. Untraditional methods. Where he'd be pounding on pot roast, drinking raw egg smoothies, chasing a chicken, all that crazy stuff to make himself tougher. That'd be fit for sequels. Ford F-150, built to last and come in first. Built Ford tough.
I'm Dell Enterprise. Servers, storage, and premier services. Sure, I keep your critical apps up and running. Microsoft, i2, SAP. But first I work with you directly to preload and pretest them, so they scream from day one. How fast can I deploy your critical apps? How fast can you plug me in? Rapid deployment, maximum uptime. Easy as Dell. Dell PowerEdge servers use Intel Pentium 3 Xeon processors.
This is Derek Brooks of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He supports the United Way. He has a way with kids.
Okay, who wants to sing my favorite song? Good.
Who's my favorite player? Mr. Derek Brooks. 153 tackles, 36 assists, 2 times All-Pro.
How many?
3 times All-Pro.
Better. Let's start again.
Who's my favorite player? Derek.
Good.
Derek.
Some things never change.
Shut up!
Some things do.
I'm pregnant.
When you figure out how much my life's going to change, you let me know.
New NYPD Blue, ABC this Tuesday.
Coming up next, Wild Card Saturday continues on ABC. The Jets going to Oakland for round 2 against the Raiders. The 2002 NFL Playoffs Game 2 next, right here on ABC. We're at the Vet in Philadelphia. The Eagles by 15. Bucks take over at their own 40. Allstott on the little dump off. Stays on his feet, and Allstott across midfield. Guy is so tough. Boy, I love to watch him play.
Brad Johnson being a traffic policeman out there, moving people around, getting them set up.
Allstott again.
Trying to get to the sideline.
Trying to get a block from Dunn.
You know, he's almost better off trying to run straight up the field and resetting, because all the time it's taken him from the middle of the field to try and work to the sidelines, the clock just continues to run.
Tampa Bay with 2 timeouts left. And it's picked off by Damon Moore. Damon Moore will take it to the house.
You can see it coming. You really can see it coming.
That was great awareness. That ball just hung in the the air waiting for Damon Moore to just come pick it and go.
A 59-yard interception return for a touchdown.
This baby just floats on Brad John. Look at that. He's trying to get it to Jaquez Green, and Damon Moore just steps in front, and it's hello, goodbye, see you in Chicago.
When you can't threaten anybody downfield the way they can't, the defense can just cover anybody underneath.
They've tried it twice. I mean, that's an area, whoever coaches this football team, if Tony Dungy is still there, great. But the Bucs need to find some way to get another receiver that can be productive besides Keyshawn Johnson.
And the Bucs have just tied a playoff record. 4 interceptions, their most in a playoff game since Doug Williams. The Eagles have wrapped it up. They'll get ready to go to Chicago.
You know, we sing for millions of girls, but helping out in schools, that's the real deal, baby.
I know our love can multiply.
I'm the cute one, you know what I'm saying?
Have you ever been backstage before? 'Cause you're the XL.
I think you'll find that gravity is key in what I do.
Once was one, but now we're two.
I'm spinning out of
Oh.
So the bun cake was bad.
The bun cake was abysmal, but you're missing the point of the story. The entire staff has food poisoning, leaving packages to be shipped, deadlines to be met, and one sales manager to do it all.
Just one?
One.
You didn't have the bun cake.
He had the Danish. Stay with me. He jumps on FedEx.com. He's shipping. He's tracking. Getting confirmations on his cell phone. His pagers, PDA.
He's got a PDA?
Everybody's got a PDA. Nevertheless, packages arrive. He triumphs over adversity.
I don't have PDA.
Check, please.
Don't be such a homophobe.
I'm not a homophobe. I saw Elton John live at Madison Square Garden. I sat in the 3rd row for 2.5 hours.
The Job is back Wednesday, 9:30, 8:30 Central on ABC.
Head coach Tony Dungy may be the head coach only for another 208 with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Glazer family up in their suite discussing what has gone wrong today. Frank Murphy on the return. And cut down at the 18-yard line. You have to hand it to the Eagle defense going back to early last year. They've allowed 24 or fewer points in 30 straight games.
Let's belt it out for your Pittsburgh Steelers!
I don't care what stadium you work for, all right? If you want to write a check for who let the dogs out, I'm still going to need to see some ID.
Next time, use the Visa check card instead of cash or checks. It'll get you in, out, and on with life.
You've made us America's #1 choice in cars and trucks for 15 straight years. We've been together through thick and thin, at work and at play. Thanks, America.
Playoffs, there's no tomorrow.
This is where you lay it all on the line.
There is no more next week. You know, you have to do what you have to do right now.
You have to win this game.
If you can win a big game, people start respecting you.
This is what we do.
This is what you've been playing 16 games for, is to get to the playoffs.
One game, one moment. That's the beauty of the playoffs.
You're going to have to see it and feel it yourself to believe it.
If you lose today, you go home.
Just relax. Stay calm. Can you control your heart? Answer the question. The
Share, hosted by John McEnroe. Series premiere this Tuesday, 8/7 Central on ABC.
Chicago.
Their ticket is punched. The Bears would be up next at Soldier Field in Chicago.
Jeffrey Lurie, speaking of owners, there's one that's very happy and has no decisions to make as far as who his head coach is going to be.
Now, his coaching staff's pretty well set, isn't it? Snap goes through the hand of Brad Johnson, takes it on the bounce, gets it to Dunn. To the 22, we'll check in with Susan.
And Mike, no one can handle the situation better than Tony Dungy. You rarely see someone so even-keeled. Nothing ever gets to him. He wears the same expression, win or lose. His assistant coaches commented the only time they've really seen him crack was earlier this week. His mother, Cleo May, passed away. But when his kids are acting up, he remains calm. And in light of all the recent reports, they thought for sure this would do it. No, remains even-keeled. He believes life is a lot bigger than the game. If you can't get to him as a man, then you certainly can't rival him as a coach.
Susie, there's an awful lot to like about that guy, and we have admired Tony Dungy for a long, long time, and certainly wish him the best regardless of how it turns out in Tampa Bay. And Warren Sapp said at the beginning of the year that if we don't win it, they just may blow the franchise up. Got a lot of high-profile, big-money guys.
You need to go, you know what you need to do? You need to go find somebody. I'll give you a name, Michael Westbrook, who's a free agent with the Washington Redskins. I think could be a great compliment to Keyshawn Johnson. First of all, Michael has an ego, but it would get lost in the egos on this football team, so he wouldn't have to worry about it. But to me, that would be a big, powerful, strong, down-the-field receiver that they need in this offense. They need to be able to throw the football a whole lot better.
Because certainly Brad Johnson can do that. The last 2 years ago, Washington threw for over 4,000 yards.
You know, and you got to think of it. Brad Johnson had 559 attempts for only 3,300 yards.
That's right. Draw play to Dunn. Can't get out of the backfield. Wrapped up by Darwin Walker.
Darwin Walker was one of those guys from last week's game that proved to the coaches that he would be worthy of being up. Jim Johnson and Andy Reid weren't sure that he was going to dress for this game, but he played so well in the first game last week against this football team, they felt they had to bring him up.
Johnson on the screen. Holy smokes. Tim Houck, and if Houck is in a ball game, he's going to hit somebody. That time he smoked Warwick Dunn.
Donovan even covered his ears.
Oh.
Donovan's looking at this. Ooh.
Bucks are trying to get anything going on offense.
I'll tell you, they're just doing the right, smart thing. Run this thing out and get out of here.
The executive producer of ABC Sports is Howard Katz. The director of production, Bob Toms. Today's game produced by Jay Rothman. Directed by Chip Dean. Technical director, Mark Herkler. Associate producers, Jeff Everett, Andy Reichwald, Previn Martin, Aaron Owens, and Jonathan Lebovich. Associate director, Dick Ellis. Associate to the producers, Brian Yarrow and Doug Malin. Up in the booth, Mark Fredrickson, our statistician, Dave Dare, our spotter, Nancy Volker, our stage manager, Alex Stern from Elias, all the tape and photographers, camera guys, everybody that has worked so hard all year. Thank you so much. It is over in Philadelphia. We'll be back with Susie Calder right after this.
Maruk. Nanook. Audi. Quattro.
I wake up in darkness for you.
fear, the pressure, the chair. This Tuesday, 8 men and women will try to answer 7 simple questions for $250,000. But if they can't control their heart rates, the chair will beat them.
Just answer the question.
John McEnroe hosts The Chair, series premiere Tuesday, 8/7 Central on ABC.
Welcome back to Veterans Stadium, where the Eagles did it to the Bucs again. Donovan McNabb, 2 touchdowns. I mean, this is a good Bucs defense. Why do you seem to have their number?
We wouldn't say that we had their number. I would say we prepared well throughout the week. I think the week off last week sort of made us a little bit more hungry, and you know, it's not below 40, so this is a great opportunity for us to just come out and show that we're a better team than what people say, you know, how they play in 40 degree and lesser. But so, I mean, this is an excellent win for us.
Derek Brooks and company were upset after last year's game, felt that you were smiling too much. So everybody knows that's what you do. It's kind of tough not to smile with a win like this.
Well, whatever you can do, what motivates you. Good job, baby. Good job. All right, let me know. All right. All right. I mean, whatever we can do. I mean, I have fun out there. If that's something that motivates them, then you know, whatever they have to take. But I just kept smiling today, so maybe they'll be a little bit upset later on as well.
Now, do you smile at Brian Urlacher, the #1 defense in the NFL? You've got the Bears next.
Well, it's going to be a challenge for us, but I'm just happy about the opportunity of going back home and playing at Soldier Field. You know, things went well for me while I was there playing. Had an opportunity to play at Soldier Field, so my record right now is 2-0 at Soldier Field, so I'm excited about that. But it's a great opportunity for us.
Congratulations. Good luck the rest of the way.
Going back home, baby.
ABC Sports is online at ESPN.com. Keyword Monday Night Football. Coming up next, NFL Wild Card Saturday continues as the New York Jets battle the Oakland Raiders. Once again, our final score, the Eagles 31, the Bucs 9. For Paul McGuire, Joe Theismann, and Susie Culver, this is Mike Patrick saying so long from the Vet in Philadelphia. Now let's join Chris Berman and Steve Young in our New York studio.
Hi, Michael and company. Thank you very much. So, Steve, 31-9 this year, 21-3 last year. It is certainly emphatic the way the scoreboard looks for the Eagles. And you could see after what we thought was a little tentative start, them growing in confidence on offense right at the end of the half in particular.
I think, Boomer, Philadelphia's got an MO that's going to work in the playoffs. Obviously, it's Donovan McNabb with his feet and his arm kind of playmaking early to get him off the schneid, and then it's that execution that we haven't seen as much. The whole offense started to execute and score points, and then it worked out great.
7th time now Philly has allowed single digits in points. So if you have an offense that moves it, get 4 turnovers, single digits in points, that will work. Andy Reid, I think, knows his team very, very well. He smelled the jugular that second series at 17-9 in the third quarter, and they ran those crisp plays, and then the touchdown was off the fake reverse.
And I think Andy Reid, he would never say this, but I think deep in his heart, he's hoping that Donovan McNabb keeps this up. Doesn't hurt the team with any kind of crazy plays, no interceptions other than the first slip by Chad Lewis, and then helps the team dramatically. I think that Andy, through this game, will gain confidence to even be more aggressive next week.
Well, we'll talk a little Tampa as well, but now it's on to Chicago for the Philadelphia Eagles. Cue the Fog Bowl. Sean Landeta, big part in this game. He will not swing and miss 16 years later on a playoff game at Soldier Field. And the Jets-Raiders are our game coming up on the New York Stock Exchange Between Games Report. A message from our ABC stations.